يلا. should have lunch around 11:30ish, but I'll make sure I double check that with the staff, just to make sure, because we started a little late, so I want to make sure that they'll still be on time. The person I want to introduce to you all has become like family to me. I first met Deidre Jacobs while working in my last job. I worked at an accounting firm, and Saafe was one of my accounts. I watched this company grow over a couple of years, and I saw Deidre really trying to push this company into something major. Like most new businesses, there were plenty of stumbling blocks just waiting for you to trip over, including IRS letters. But it's times of adversity that really brings people together. While assisting Deidre with the tax business, I got to know her, and I was impressed with her ambition, with her determination, with her ability to connect with people and network. She really inspired me. I was considering ending my employment with my current employer, and so I saw that I wanted to turn possibly a need into an opportunity. Saafe was getting big, too big, to manage her books a few times a month, which is typically what you get when you hire an outside accounting firm. It works for a while, then you realize that you need daily monitoring of financial transactions and decisions that need to be made on a very regular basis. I saw Saafe approaching that threshold, and I joked about coming to work for Deidre. I said something like, "You need an Allen on your team." And if you know Deidre, you know how she responded. "Well, what we waiting on?" So let's set something up and discuss it. And a few days later, I met with Deidre at the Boston Coffee House, downtown Atlanta. And that day, we agreed on what would ultimately become a partnership. Now, make no mistake, I work for Saafe. I don't own Saafe. But I tend to operate from a place of ownership rather than membership. I stole that one from Shanti. What I meant by that is I operate as if I'm spending my own money. I make principled decisions that I'm willing to stand by because I actually believe in it. I believe that this is what it takes to make relationships so strong. When someone does something for you as if they're doing it for themselves, you appreciate the added thought and effort required to do it and to do it right. I have developed a certain level of trust in this, and I believe it is why we have been able to accomplish so much over these years. Again, make no mistake, Saafe was a success before I came along. I just showed up ready to add as much value as I could add. And Deidre was willing to allow me to have a sincere part in that growth of this organization. And take it from me, that is not easy for any CEO. To give any real control of your business is not for the weak. But because she has been willing to embrace ideas and progress, I believe we have been better for it. So without further ado, please let me introduce to you your CEO, Ms. Deidre Jacobs Manning.
So 99% of the story is true. One part was he was leaving his company. I'll add this. And he was in the parking lot and he said, "I'm leaving." And Alan did my books. But what I can say about this company is we are in good hands. Alan did my books and I saw honesty, ethic, and morals. And I said to him, if you ever leave this company, I need to know because I don't do jail. I need someone that I can trust. And so we were in the parking lot of his job and that time he came up to the window of the car and says, "I'm leaving." I freaked out. And so what he said, "I'm leaving, I just want to let you know because I know how where you stand." And I said, "If there is a position that stays open, would you take it?" He said, "Absolutely, let's talk." And so we did talk. And I promised Alan at that table at Boston Coffee House that if he helped me take this company to the next level, that I got him. And he did. So while he may not have yet an equity stake in the company, Alan will hit 10 years in about a year. If it wasn't for him, ultimately, I would not be where we are today. This was payroll. This was the bank account, my brain. This was IRS. This was everything. I wrote nothing down. It was a mess. And he's right, we started off bad. But I opened this company I was a pharmaceutical rep, working hard. I had a little Roth. I wanted to do more. And for those of you who don't know, I knew Yes Marie, I knew Monica, but prior to opening this company, I was their drug rep. And I had $14,000 in Roth. But prior to that, what happened was I was working with my physicians, helping to place them in other places. I ended up moving to Boca Raton, hated it. If you're from Boca, sorry. Dr. Casanova called me. She was placed at a facility, and she said, I hate it here. They don't agree with my roles. Deidre, they let me go. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do for work. I had just read my Bible. I was unhappy. I had left my daughter back with my parents and moved to Boca by myself. Thought I was doing a dream. I was wrong. And I said, I just read my Bible, and I was speaking to my dad, and the scripture was talking about how one of the apostles had ran to the hills, but he went home. And so I was like, Dad, I think I just read the Bible, and I think I just interpreted something. My dad said, you don't interpret the Bible. You meditate on it, and you follow it. And so that's when I knew it was time for me to come back home. So Dr. Casanova and I sat down she had a Diet Coke. If those of you know, she's Diet Coke fiend. No, she Coke. I had the diet, my God. And we talked about what it would look like to open Safe. She said, I will work for you. And she did. If you guys don't know, Dr. Casanova worked for this company for an entire year for free. She helped me build it. She would go work locum, that's doing temporary, and come back, because we didn't have the money. So every dime that I had, every commission check, I poured into this company. It was grueling. We found our building, which is 201. That's why it's our home. We've been there for 12 years with the same landlord with the same rent. There we go. Period. 201 is where we started. I called the guy in the back with the suit jacket. Yeah, the guy who walked through the room that you guys know as IT guy. I had started off with a horrible business partner. Alan knows who that is. We won't talk about it. But we parted ways. I had a few doctors that I called on that had joined our practice. If you guys know, Dr. Frick was working here at that time. I had Dr. Vega at that time. Dr. Casanova at that time. Linval was here at that time. And Dr. Kaposi. So I said, Aaron, I need, this is horrible. So I ended up getting a little small business loan, and I called Aaron up, and he took the entire check from me. He took the entire loan, because he was expensive. No, it hasn't changed. I don't get a discount, guys, let's be clear. And he helped me to establish what we have here at Safe. All the computers, everything we have. Aaron is the reason why we started and developed the way we needed to develop. So we grew faster than I wanted to grow. I was working as a rep and trying to figure it out. How do I leave one place and give my all to this? So that's when I started to try to recruit the people I could to be on my team. And that's where I found my Monica. Monica joined our team, and Alexis. Alexis was our first. And we had bad times, I'm not gonna lie. It was hard. My daughter knows, I worked all the time, 8 to 5, and then we would work at Safe till 12 o'clock at night, sometimes 1 in the morning. I was the biller, I was everything. And so what Alan was speaking of was hard. I had to give my money to him. It was hard, I had to let go. But it was the best decision that I made. Following later, Jantiel joined our team. We needed someone to do the credentialing because my aunt was doing it, Paula, if you guys don't know, she's on the billing team. And I was doing it the best I could. Chantiel, the reason how she came was that she interviewed through CareerSource, and I saw the last name. I went to school with her husband, and I knew that she came from a place of good people. So her and I sat, and we talked about it, and she joined our team. She'll tell you later, she joined in a position she did not want. She's had a couple hats. And so Chantiel has been here along the way. You're going on 8 years. So if you can see, the people around me have been here for a long time, and those are the people that have helped ground this company. So I'm very, very grateful to them. So I left my job I was a totally different person, so as you know, about 6, 7 years ago, I was a little angry. I'm not gonna lie. I was not in a good place. I wasn't married, I was working 2 jobs, and I needed to make this work. And so, I feel that change has come in a positive way. I got married, I decided to have kids again. And we rebirthed Safe, and Safe survived it all. So to everybody in the room, whether you've been here 1 day or 9 years, I'm grateful to every single one of you. Because there were times when I said to Alan, based on the IRS letters, do we need the clothes? And he always looked at me and he said, no. Believe in the product. We don't need the clothes. We just need to shift. And the one thing Alan told me that I always remember, he said, change your expectations. Once I changed my expectation of what I wanted and where we needed to be, that's when I changed. And that's when the company changed. So I hope you guys enjoyed today, because where we are today, I never thought in a million years that I could create this. I did not think mental health was for me. But because I was in that field, I decided I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to have mental health in the best way possible. But for our providers that are here with us, and for all of you that are here with us, I thank you for helping me make this dream come true. So, how about we get started with our meeting? So next on our agenda is gonna be Alan, and I think, right, you're gonna go? And then he will take it from there. I'll be back at the end to share some thoughts and some acknowledgements in my own with you guys. So sit back, relax, and enjoy our new look. By the way, this is our rebranding team over here, Alvin. And Sasha. They are the people behind the new look you're gonna see, and I hope it's a gracious long road of us doing great business together, but let me tell you guys, they stepped it up. So I hope you guys appreciate what you're about to see. I hope you guys love what you're about to see, and if you don't like it, go to him.
Let's give another hand for Ms. Jacobs. I just want to take a few minutes to acknowledge some of the people who, quite frankly, keep us moving every day. These are kind of already started, but I definitely want to say thank you to Alvin and Sasha and the Les Brand team. They've been taking care of business. Oh, is that better? Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize I wasn't speaking into the mic. We hired Alvin and his team to help us with branding and our online presence, and he has shown up in every way. His work and contribution has been invaluable, and as you can see, he's working for us again today. Thank you so much, Alvin and Sasha. I want to thank the billing team. Deidre and I have been doing some strategic planning, and in order to do that, we need to look at everything. So we have to look at exactly how many people we have, when we hired them, who's still here, how long you've been here, what your rates are, and what departments you work in. And we realized that the billing team has been operating off the same 4 people for years. Diane, your leadership has proven invaluable, and we absolutely appreciate you for everything that you do, as well as the rest of the billing team. Thank you all. Let's give the billing team. I also want to thank our intake team. Monica.
So you don't see the ceiling. You see too much ceiling.
Monica has been leading the intake team for years. Doctors need a month off. Monica's gonna take care of it. Oops, wrong month. She'll take care of it. It's a rare thing, and you are all appreciated, the entire intake team, for all that you guys do. Please make no mistake, we know it. We understand what it means to have to make adjustments to these schedules. We understand what it means to fill these schedules up, and quite frankly, that is what keeps this place going. So thank you, thank you, thank you for your contribution. And of course, in addition, Monica has been promoted to our operations manager. That promotion is a testament to the trust that we have in your leadership. I want to thank our therapy administrative team, Marielle Johnson and Christy Kane. Christy isn't here today. Marielle has been our therapy coordinator, administrator, clinical supervisor, administrative supervisor, consultant. She ended her primary employment with us a ways back, but she cannot stay away. That's what SAFE does to you. You feel your worth here, and we tend to own it. Marielle has graduated more registered intern therapists to licensed therapists than anyone that I know. Talk about being a mama bear. She truly cares about the success of her therapists, and she takes it personal when someone fails. That's a true leader, and we truly appreciate your contribution, Marielle. Christy has been administrative lead for the last year, and she has helped in organizing our therapy department in a way that promotes constant progress. From training to self-care to compliance, Christy has been a true asset of the department, and we really appreciate all that she has contributed. Our credentialing department have taken over this department several years ago, Ms. Chantiel, and created an entire department. Her professionalism and attention to detail makes her perfect for such a tedious job. In addition, Chantiel is my friend. We have vented to one another, laughed, cried, and everything in between. She truly cares not only about SAFE, but her contribution to our success. Your continued dedication has not gone unnoticed. Thank you, Chantiel. Dr. Sherilyn Howard is my mama. In case you didn't know.
Oh, we know.
She's a retired police officer and a lifelong evangelist. And her passion for people is literally a part of who she is. When she first came to SAFE, we were having some serious financial issues and we couldn't afford to hire anybody. So she just started working for free. And she found a space in operations and eventually the HR part of the company. But her true passion has always been just loving on people, protecting people, encouraging people, especially young people. Helping you to succeed however she could. She's a major part of who I am. She taught me to see past what people say and pay attention to what people do. She taught me to be a man of my word, and I'm truly excited for the future holds for Dr. Howard with her new credentials as a doctor. Our providers, our team of providers are more rare than many of us know. To have such a diverse team of men and women of different races, backgrounds, cultures, and education, they are the engine that runs our business. Our daily dedication to the care of so many people's mental health is admirable. The job that they do is far from easy, and we do not underestimate the value of our providers bring to this organization. So I speak on the entire organization when I say thank you to all of our providers. Dr. Casanova has been here since the beginning, as he just made very clear. Her contribution to the success of SAFE has been vital, not only in the startup phase, but helping other providers like Dr. Abby and Ferdinand Flores, who some of us don't know yet, but he'll be joining us, achieve their goals as psychiatric professionals as well. Dr. Sands came here from Puerto Rico and became our medical director. And because of her, we've been able to better establish our presence as an area of critical need. Her contributions as an administrator and provider are much appreciated. Anwar always says yes. I love Anwar. I don't know if you realize how big a deal that is. For anyone to always be ready to help
That way a
in
little
any
bit.
way that they
Just a little
can,
bit.
it has not gone unnoticed anymore. We thank you for always being dedicated to whatever the agenda is. Jose's dedication to his patients is admirable. He is truly a good person. I mean that in the most affectionate way. He truly cares for people and doesn't have a drop of selfishness. Having providers like Jose makes people want to come to work. Thank you, Jose, for your commitment. I want to thank Marlene Toussaint for caring enough to show up to our meetings and be a part of the solution. Thank you for assisting in the development of our medical assistants and helping us build a better, more efficient process. I know we have more to do, but your contribution is a blessing, and we want to say thank you for that. Morgan Thomas has one of the purest spirits you'll meet. I've felt that way about her since we first did her interview. She offers her full smile and energy with every interaction. She's grown from a baby in the psychiatric industry to a tried and tested psychiatric professional. And we truly appreciate her contribution in our success. I want to say to her, thank you for taking a chance on us. Kanisha Miller has been with us for the last year, and so much has happened in that time, including a new member to her family. She has been praised by her patients and her supervisor and seems to offer a level of patience and care that has been too rare these days. And for that, we want to say thank you to Kanisha. Dr. Abi Soye is our newest provider. He's new to our organization, but we are already getting positive feedback from both patients and staff. He's shown a sincere desire to be excellent at his craft, and that is exactly the kind of providers we want on our team. So welcome to Dr. Abby. Our team of therapists, from registered interns to licensed mental health therapists to clinical social workers, the work that these unsung heroes offer to our organization is truly more than financial. I all too well understand that mental health counseling is not an easy job to have. That can certainly be said about any mental health professional, but I have seen our therapists offer to see clients for free who couldn't afford their services. I've seen our therapists go to bat for their clients, and I am here for it. Thank you all for your continued dedication to both SAFE and our clients. I also want to specifically mention Natalia DiBernardo. She is our first successful full-time salaried therapist. Her work ethic is unmatched. And she is truly leading the charge to what we hope to see one day to be able to offer to our entire therapy team. So thank you to Natalia for being so excellent. Our staff, you are the lifeblood of this organization. Without you, this doesn't work. The support that you offer to our patients, our providers, our administrators, is what makes the world go around. From our veterans like Alexis, who just recently welcomed a new baby girl into the world, Lucy, yes, Marie, Tiffany, Destiny, Yaney, your leadership is so necessary. More than you know. Thank you for sticking with us through the good, the bad, and the necessary. And to the rest of the staff, thank you all for everything that you do every day. Thanks for putting up with our changes that become more changes that revert back to where it actually started. Thank you for taking care of our patients. Your hard work and dedication has not gone unnoticed. And last but not least, sure you did it once, but thank you, Mr. Aaron Crawford. Aaron has held this company up. He's held this company up in very real ways. From anything that I ask of him. It's got something to do with the time clocks, it's got something to do with the server, it's got something to do with putting something together. Aaron is here for it. He shows up every time, on time, and he gets done whatever it is that we do. Thank you, sir. So now, looks like we are going to move on to introducing our new Safe Hub. You ready for that? So I'm gonna pass it over to Alvin and the team.
Oh.
It was AI generated.
That's it.
Welcome to Safe Connect, our new internet platform designed to help us collaborate and communicate more effectively as a team. Safe Connect is a powerful tool that will allow us to streamline our processes and stay connected even when we're working remotely. So, what is Safe Connect? Essentially, it's an internet platform that is built on Microsoft SharePoint. We have our own dedicated space where we can communicate, collaborate, and stay connected with each other. Let's take a look at the Safe Connect dashboard. Here you can see that there are several features available to us, including news and announcements. Welcome to Safe Connect, our new internet platform designed to help us collaborate and communicate more effectively as a team. Safe Connect is a powerful tool that will allow us to streamline our processes and stay connected even when we're working remotely. So, what is Safe Connect? Essentially, it's an internet platform that is built on Microsoft SharePoint. With Safe Connect, we have our own dedicated space where we can communicate, collaborate, and stay connected with each other. Let's take a look at the Safe Connect dashboard. Here you can see that there are several features available to us, including news and announcements, resources and documents, a staff directory, an events calendar, and department news. One of the great things about Safe Connect is that it allows us to keep up to date with news and announcements related to our work. We can share content and updates to keep our team engaged, and we can also see what our colleagues are working on. Another useful feature of Safe Connect is the Resources and Documents section. Here we can access important documents and resources that we need for our work, such as the Employee Handbook or tech help. This can help us to be more efficient and effective in our work. The Events Calendar is another great feature of Safe Connect. Here we can see upcoming events and meetings, as well as create our own events and invite others to attend. This can help us to stay organized and ensure that we don't miss any important meetings or deadlines. The staff directory is a useful tool that allows us to quickly and easily find contact information for our colleagues. This can help us to communicate more effectively and efficiently with each other, especially when we're working remotely. So that's Safe Connect in a nutshell. It's a powerful tool that can help us to collaborate, communicate, and stay connected as a team. I encourage all of you to take advantage of the resources and features available on Safe Connect, and to use it as a platform to share your ideas and best practices. Together, we can continue to provide the highest quality of care to our clients and make a positive impact in the communities we serve.
Isn't that cool? Oh man, so necessary. So necessary. Yes, it's live. That is live right now. So we're still, adding things to it, but yes, you can actually go in there right now. The employee handbook is already on there. Some of the things on our calendars are already on there. So yes, it is a lot, and I believe everybody will get all of that contact information by the end of the day as far as was a result of you guys. You know, we realized when we did the Curia meeting that one of our biggest issues was communication. And this was our fix. See, the truth of the matter is, it's not enough of us to constantly actually be communicating with everybody all the time. We all have our own jobs. But a lot of that information, all I need to make sure is that you can access it. And that's what this is for. If something is updated to the system, you'll get an email so that you know that there's been an update. You can just go in there and check it and see what that, if we require that, because you won't get an email every time. But if we say we're doing a meeting, instead of me sending everybody individual emails, we can post it on there and it'll send everybody an email. All right, so I'm really excited about. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm very, very, very excited about the Safe Hub, and I think it'll solve a lot of our issues. Let's play one more time. Hey, can we play that one more time for our guest that just arrived?
Welcome to Safe Connect. Collaborate and communicate more effectively as a team. Safe Connect is a powerful tool that will allow us to streamline our processes and stay connected even when we're working remotely. So, what is Safe Connect? Essentially, it's an intranet platform that is built on Microsoft SharePoint. With Safe Connect, we have our own dedicated space where we can communicate, collaborate, and stay connected with each other. Let's take a look at the Safe Connect dashboard. Here you can see that there are several features available to us, including news and announcements, resources and documents, a staff directory, an events calendar, and department news. One of the great things about Safe Connect is that it allows us to keep up to date with news and announcements related to our work. We can share content and updates to keep our team engaged, and we can also see what our colleagues are working on. Another useful feature of Safe Connect is the Resources and Documents section. Here we can access important documents and resources that we need for our work, such as the Employee Handbook or Tech Help. This can help us to be more efficient and effective in our work. The Events Calendar is another great feature of Safe Connect. Here we can see upcoming events and meetings, as well as create our own events and invite others to attend. This can help us to stay organized and ensure that we don't miss any important meetings or deadlines. The staff directory is a useful tool that allows us to quickly and easily find contact information for our colleagues. This can help us to communicate more effectively and efficiently with each other, especially when we're working remotely. So that's Safe Connect in a nutshell. It's a powerful tool that can help us to collaborate, communicate, and stay connected as a team. I encourage all of you to take advantage of the resources and features available on Safe Connect, and to use it as a platform to share your ideas and best practices. Together, we can continue to provide the highest quality of care to our clients and make a positive impact in the communities we serve.
So I'm actually going to go backwards just a little bit because they were here to actually hear their acknowledgments. Just give me a quick second here. applause, please. Oh, here we go. I got it. Sorry about that, y'all. I want to thank Marlene Toussaint for caring enough to show up to our administrative meetings and be a part of the solution. Thank you for assisting in the development of our medical assistants and helping us build a better, more efficient process. I know we have more work to do, but your contribution is a blessing, and we want to say thank you. Morgan Thomas has one of the purest spirits in the world. I have felt that way about her since our first interview. She offers her full smile and energy with each interaction. She's giving it to me right now. She's grown from a baby in the psychiatric industry to a tried and tested psychiatric professional, and we truly appreciate your contribution in our success. Thank you. To Kanisha Miller, has been with us for the last year, and so much has happened since then, including a new member to her family. She has been praised by her patients and her supervisor, and seems to offer a level of patience and care that has been much too rare these days. And for that, I want to say thank you, Kanisha. And actually, I really missed one anyway. I don't know how I missed Dr. Vega. Please forgive me, Dr. Vega. But I want to say thank you to Dr. Vega as well. Dr. Vega has been in the shadows from the beginning. Whether she was working with us full time, whether she was working with us from a distance, she has been developing our nurse practitioners. She shows up for notes. You name it, if we ask, she shows up. And absolutely want to say thank you. What'd you say? Yes, her loyalty is unmarked, and I totally appreciate her. And I am now going to hand this over to Chantiel. Oh, is it break time? Oh, it's break time. Sorry about that, y'all. We'll go to break, and then Chantiel will pick it up from there.
How quick you want to be? 10 minutes.
I gotta fix the settings on the
Eventually, I'm gonna send these to you because I just like threw the logo up on there. But these are HR documents that we want to have. I mean, if you think they look okay, that's fine. But I just want all of them to be uniform.
Okay.
So I'll send them to you. Just because I couldn't figure out how to
I'll take care of it.
shape it or whatever you call
Okay.
it.
Yeah, just send it over. No, send it. You need like a
Amazing.
thanks. You like a booklet or just like just a document?
I would like to do a booklet.
Okay.
Just small, or you can, once they're formatted and they look good in uniform, because like some of them are small, some of them are large. I can put it together. I can do the same thing and like send it to Staples or whatever.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right, I'll make it ready to like send off the print.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
No worries.
Say good morning to the team. Hey guys. We're at the safe kickoff. Everything rolling out nicely for the most part. They're asking if there was a meeting.
Oh yeah.
No, we're here.
Yeah, we're at the event here in Daytona. Daytona Beach. You're on the beach.
Everything came out so nice, like the whole presentation, the agenda. You guys ready? All right, I gotta hop off now. Bye guys.
We can put that back on.
Yeah, and that too.
I need to see something.
We had 10 minutes. Can you screencast or something?
I'm like, ugh. Okay.
Do you have to upload it to here?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Oh, I guess do I need to get the microphone?
Turn that on for. Turn that mic on.
So good morning. I want to do a quick introduction. There are a lot of people that I don't know. I know names, but not everybody's faces. But I really want to get an opportunity to share more about me and the role that I am going to be taking on. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Chantiel, and I share my life with a wonderful family. I've been with my husband for 20 years, married for 18. And for those of you all that's trying to do the math, I help you out. I got married when I was like 7, okay? I know I don't look over 25, but just a few years older than 25. We have a wonderful son that that's a joy to parent. We absolutely adore him. It's a pain to feed him, but we love him. So I graduated. Actually, my journey in college started at Georgetown University. And I went to Georgetown and quickly transferred to the illustrious Florida A&M University. I knew I would get that reaction, and graduated at the top HBCU in the nation. So I figured Alan would get a kick out of that since he went to VCU.
BC what?
VCU.
BC what?
So after college, I worked in corporate America, but quickly realized that wasn't where my passion was. So I went to work for a nonprofit and developed programs for them. I did counseling, coaching, teaching leadership teams, and mentoring individuals. Then in January of last year, I decided to torture myself some more and go to Cornell University to kind of put all those skills together and everything that I love to do HR program at Cornell University. So this is what brought me to this path. I didn't tell anyone about it. I just kind of jumped out there. It was something that was a passion of mine, and I began that journey, and I have not regretted a moment of it. So about my family, extended family that is, I grew up with brothers and sisters, right? But I was closest to my brother, Wayne. The bond of our friendship was unbreakable. After college, he went on to play NFL. He played first for the Buffalo Bills, number 63, and then on to the Carolina Panthers. And so while wellness and fitness, wellness, whatever, nutrition was something that he had to do, right? Because that was his career, that's what was his moneymaker. We lost him a few years ago to congestive heart failure. And you say, why do you share this? Like, don't damper us on a day like today. Well, I share it because today is the day that we said our farewell to him. May 5th, right? So I share that for two reasons. One, to show my humanity, right? So even though this is a challenging time for me today, I'm here in a room full of wonderful people that I enjoy working with, that I push to do my work regardless of what I was doing. And at first, I didn't even realize it was that time of year. And it was so funny because I was like, man, I'm usually more patient than this, but I was snappy and I was, you know, just kind of not being able to function like I normally do. And two things I want you to remember for this. One, all of us have trauma experiences that we go through, right? Nobody knew that. Actually, I reached out and I told Deidre, because I was like, girl, I've been late for a meeting. I've missed the meeting. Like, my mind was so out of it and not even realizing what was really going on. But she said the words that I want to share with you. Grace. So as we navigate through this new journey that SAFE is going on, expanding, growing, I encourage you to extend grace. Grace to the people that work next to you. Grace to the people that you go home to. Grace, not just to the people that you like or the people that are your friends, right? That's easy. But the people that you may not get along with best. The people that are difficult to work with, extend grace because you never know what people are going through. So with that, let's move on because I don't want to get too emotional. But we are here. I am here to encourage, to inspire you today, and to celebrate this time. I appreciate Deidre for the opportunity because when she found out I was doing HR, she was like, yes, we need this. And so I appreciate her for her vision because even though I started out doing credentialing, she was open. And I said that to say, so this is what I want to do for the people that work here at SAFE. I want to be able to help those identify things that you're passionate about, and grow with this company so that we can become even greater and better at the things that we do. So, I'm gonna talk a little more about just HR and the journey and what we're gonna explore together, because I always say this is not about me and just what I decide to do with HR. This is a collaborative time. HR is something new. Clearly, HR has existed for a while, so we're gonna talk about the history of it and how it has transitioned. But for SAFE, it is new. And so for me, my vision is to be able to involve you with this process, because it is for you, the staff, the providers, it is for everyone that's here to grow with this. So you can go to the first one, please. The second one. So I wanna, and I'm gonna, so that I can actually look at you and not look at the screen, but I wanted to have that up for you. Talk a little bit about the evolution of HR. So I know some of you in the room will remember what HR started off at. It was like personnel. The personnel department is where you went to actually to get information when it came down to the things that you needed. And that shortly changed to HR, human resources. This transition from personnel to human resources was to help companies to recognize the value of people within their organization. And so I appreciate Deidre for recognizing that this is still true today, and the reason why she has encouraged the development of HR, because she knows that it is necessary and she values it. So now the role that I will play in terms of HR, we're gonna talk a little bit about, and actually I don't have to read this. You can go to the next. So my goal is to really foster a culture of engagement by leading the way in design, measurement, and evaluation for proactive workplace policies, practices that will help retain employees with skills and competencies necessary for growth and sustainability. At the end of the day, if you're growing, we want you to grow it safe, because that makes us better, but we want to also make you better. So we want your growth to be mutual, to share in that. HR still acknowledges me for now, and Dr. Howard, who's gonna be working alongside of me. But this doesn't mean that we want to take power from those that are managing their teams. I expect that the managers will play a key role in still engaging the people that they supervise, they manage, and leading, creating a respectful and trusting relationship with their direct reports, communicating company values, and setting expectations for the day-to-day business of SAFE. So this department is not developed to supersede your authority in your departments, but it is to help support you in the things that you have to do to lead your department. The mission, to create a balance. And there really is a balance that has to take place between the company operations and the interests of employees. We are all here to serve the interests of the business, because without the business, none of us make money, right? If SAFE doesn't make money, you don't make money. And so it's really important for us to work together so that we support the business as the business helps us to provide for our families. However, my specific part is to act in good faith and comply with the law, being up on the law, protecting the business and its most valuable assets, which are you all, everyone that's here today. A little bit about the strategic development. So when I started this journey, I really did, Alan said it, I was really thinking like, how does this apply to where I am? What are the things that I see that I can do to help at SAFE? And so I talked to a few people, got some ideas, and then I just my wheels just started spinning. For anybody who knows me, you know that Marielle, don't say it. I may be OCD, I don't know. But I am meticulous. And so I wanted to be able to really identify how I can contribute and actually get results. So by talking and identifying some of the things that I knew to be true, I came up with 5 key areas that I've already begun to work on and develop. The priorities are onboarding, training programs, office culture, staff retention, and disciplinary actions. And in that list, if you could go up just about 2 more slides, I'm sorry, I didn't look back and ask you. I'm gonna back. Forward, I'm sorry, yes, that's the right way. One more. So, in this list, I just want to point out, because it's very important to me, that disciplinary actions is at the end of that list, right? That's very important. I know that some HR departments have gotten a bad rap, like their department, they're the, crash fire department. Like, that's all they do. They just want to fire people. That's not my heart. For anyone who knows me, that's not who I am. That's not what I represent. My goal, honestly, I want you to be here, but wherever you are in life, I want you to be a better person. And so it's not about firing or trying to find fault. It is, how can I come alongside you and help you to develop as an individual so that you can be better and enjoy the work that you do. But there are times when discipline will be required. But the goal is to develop each of these areas so that SAFE has efficient processes, necessary training, and accountability for everyone. Go to the next one. So, what does that mean, Chantiel? Like, so what do you do? Okay. Here you go. Directing to the point. Like, so what do I do? These are all the things that our team is responsible for. It is responsible for managing every aspect of human resources, with the exception of what Alan takes over. I'm not taking any part of what Alan currently does, so for now, but he's gonna teach me and I'm willing to learn, so. But mainly focusing right now for where our greatest need is in training, performance improvement, and then the next thing. So these are all the things. Now, just keeping in mind where we are right now, I am responsible along with my team, Giselle, shout out the credentialing department. But with my team responsible for doing HR responsibilities as well as credentialing. So right now I am doing both of them. But as it relates to HR, it's really about developing training, developing people, making sure that we have a culture that people want to come to work in. I remember the first time I actually heard the breakdown of how much time we spend at work versus how much time we spend at home. And the truth is, with the amount of time that we spend in the office, at work, with our colleagues, with our coworkers, nobody wants to spend that much time with someone being miserable. Like, we want to enjoy the work that we do. We want to be happy doing the work that we do. I will say this, if you want a better career, if you want a better way, then you have to build it. You have to build it. It's nobody's responsibility but yours. We are a resource, right? So if one of your managers or even an individual says, I think that I would really do well with doing some training that would help me with communication. That's what you reach out to HR for. That is what I am here for, as a resource. No matter what kind of training it is, if it makes you better, if it helps you to do your job, then I'm here for it. So, along with all these things, of course, I still function as our credentialing director. So, any questions? No questions? So y'all not gonna call me when somebody eats your lunch out of the refrigerator, are you? I don't wanna get those calls.
I'll be quiet. Somebody took my lunch.
What about if someone didn't clean out the refrigerator?
If someone didn't clean out the refrigerator, I don't want that call either, Shania. Just spray some Clorox too in there, wipe it, and keep it moving. But no, you make a really.
Cameras for that item. You know.
What?
The guy in the back of the
Yeah,
room.
call Aaron about that so he can review the cameras. No, Shania, but you make a really good point, because teamwork is hard work. But like I said, I've been married for 18 years, and it's funny because Deidre knows my husband. He is a very mild-mannered person, not easy to rock his boat, laid back, and I'm quite opposite of him. And what I have found is that in all of the years that we've been married, I've become more patient, and he's become more of a lion. Like now he will jump on something. If he needs to get it done, then he'll become assertive. And I've become less assertive. Like I can just kind of sit back and as a matter of fact, funny story. So look at our time. Our lawn company that we hired, I totally was trusting, which I never really do. I paid him all the money up front and was like, he told me everything he was gonna do. He was like, really great. This was before I hired my brother, Alan. So he was like, he showed me all the pictures and I saw everything. And I was just like, oh, I'll just pay him the money all at once. My husband didn't know it, but I just wrote a check out. We had the most horrible experience with this lawn company. He never finished the job. And my husband was like, why would you pay him all of the money up front? And I was like, I don't know, he seemed like a nice guy. He was like, you never do that. He's like, so he got on the bullhorn and had to deal with that. But I said that to say, in your dealings with one another, you should grow also. You spend a lot of time with each other in close proximity. The goal should be to grow, to learn how to work together as a team. Clearly marriage is much different from working with your coworker, but the goal should be the same, and that's that you win. I want my marriage to win, and in your setting here, you should want your team to win. There is no, safe Sanford, we're all safe, because guess what? If Sanford fails, safe fails. If the land office fails, safe fails. So we all win together, and that requires sometimes doing the hard work of having that conversation with that coworker saying, hey, this is the second time I've, had to clean out the refrigerator. Do you mind? And you ask for what you want instead of what is happening, and have that conversation. It's simple, and most of the times people will listen. But if they don't, just put the stinky sandwich like on their desk or something. Don't do that. So, real quick, if you go to the next slide, when HR should get involved. This is really important because I want you to be clear with that. And of course, we're not going to get it all today. So you can always reach out. And if you have any questions, let me know. But these are the main things that really HR should be involved with. Moral issues, okay? Egregious behavior. That's behavior that happens that's illegal, that's outrageous, that's dangerous, right? If someone is doing something to endanger you in the office, absolutely. Any type of discrimination, types of issues that go against the Americans with Disabilities Act, sexual harassment, any complaint that would involve EEO, issues that have gone unresolved after reporting it to your direct supervisor, or allegations of retaliation. So I just want to talk a little bit about how this works. I mentioned the word accountability earlier. That applies to everyone, including me. It just works differently, right? So if someone has an issue with me, you have a CEO to go to. And she understands the protocol that is necessary if there is an issue that you have that is a result of something that I have done. So no one here is above accountability. We all are accountable. If you are on the team and it is with your supervisor, then you come to HR, okay? And so if it is a complaint, you come to me, and I have to make sure that it is properly investigated and that there are no retaliation in terms of what you have confided in HR as it relates to the person that you directly report to. The next slide is really short, but it's what HR shouldn't get involved in. And I've mentioned this, real simple. Not the everyday issues. The things that you should go to your supervisor for, I think are clear, but if you're not, you can reach out. Tardiness, scheduling issues, those are all still responsibilities of the person that you directly report to. And that is the end of this part. Any questions? Anyone have any questions? Okay, Alan. Oh, real quick, while Alan is coming up, some of the really cool stuff that we're doing, and I'll get a chance to talk to everybody, to kind of make my rounds, but we're gonna have training modules. So creating a library for you to have that will be, that you can do in your own time, or actually doing mentoring or one-on-one. So some of the training modules that I will be creating is professionalism, conflict resolution, teamwork, communication, critical thinking skills, de-escalation, and how to lead. One of the really cool things that Deidre and I talked about, though, that I think you'll be excited about is creating opportunities. What does that mean? Creating places for you to be promoted. That's important. I think for any place, you want to be able to know that you can grow and there's a place for you to grow. And one of the things I think she and Monica were discussing, and then she brought it to me, and I was like, great, because I had already started working on it. It's like, what do we do to empower our teams that are here, the people that are here, like team lead? And those of you who know me, I'm going to come up with some funky acronyms or something. I'll find a position or title or something to give you, so that you can feel good about what you do. And so we'll be working on that, developing some places of opportunity for you to grow in and develop. So I wanted to mention that as well. And with that being said, you gonna jump in?
Yeah, I'll jump in. So we have made a few updates to our employee handbook. We didn't really want to actually pull the entire handbook up here and go through everything line for line, so we're just going to go over some of the things that honestly you would need to know on some of the updates that we've made. I actually think that the addition of the Human Resources Department is long overdue. You know, we're a small business. You know, we started out that way, and we've worked through the different processes of the business as we could. You know, like Deidre said, she started out, she was everything. And then eventually she hired an accountant, and I was able to take over a piece of that. And we've been able to create different departments as we've been growing, and it was time for human resources as well. 2022, well, technically 2022, 2023, probably worst turnover we've seen since we opened our doors, period. Never seen that kind of turnover before. And the truth of the matter is, it ain't even a blame game. You know, COVID came and it changed things. And we're doing what we have to do to make sure that we can keep progressing, we can keep moving forward. And I think that incorporating this HR department is absolutely a necessary piece of that. So I support Chantiel and Dr. Howard and what they're going to do with that department, and I'll be very much hands-on with it because a lot of the things in that department I've been doing. So I'll be kind of pushing some of that stuff out. She's actually acting like she ain't gonna take some of this stuff. She's gonna take it.
God, don't.
So I'm gonna jump right into it. So some of our handbook updates. One section is under attendance and reporting. People have been written up for excessive absenteeism, but we never really defined what that was. So we're trying to do a better job at making these things clear, so you know what the expectation is if you're getting in trouble for something that you didn't know you were going to get in trouble for. Or if nothing more, just making sure that it's in black and white. Excessive absenteeism is any more than 3 occurrences in a 12-week period. Now, an occurrence is just a call out. So a call out might last 3 days, or it might last 1 day. But if you calling out 5 times in a month, that's excessive absenteeism. So that is the standard that we'll be looking at. In all of these cases, discretion is always going to be used, obviously. You know, if we're talking about health concerns or something like that, then that's the reason we have the Human Resources Department. But just so that we're clear, if you are written up in any way, shape, or form over excessive absenteeism, that's the standard that we start out with. All right. After 3 days absence, you may be required to provide documentation from a physician. The only update there is it used to say 2 days. So we changed that to 3. Quite honestly, since COVID, medical issues are just real. And how we require that you need to bring doctor's notes, we just felt like it made more sense. It was more fair to make that number 3 days rather than 2. Employees may not clock in more than 5 minutes before their scheduled work time, except for our openers. Our openers are give the grace of 15 minutes, obviously, because you guys are preparing for our providers to
There's no
arrive.
grace. There's no grace on that. They have to be there by 15 minutes.
Oh, I stand corrected. Openers must be there at least 15 minutes before we open our doors. For the most part, I think that's the case now anyway, right? All right, moving on. Grace may be given up to 5 minutes after your scheduled time. Grace is a privilege and may be revoked at any time should management determine that an employee is abusing this policy. And how we really determine abuse is a look-back period. And what does that look-back period actually look like? We've determined that that's going to be over a 12-week period. So what I mean by that is, if you got something going on today, or this week, or this month, and then next month it's going and everything's normal, nobody's going to be knocking on your door saying, hey, you're breaking our rules here. But in a 12-week period, if it's happening this month, the next month, now this is abuse and it's something that we want to address. So in this case, we're simply talking about a 5-minute grace period as far as clocking in. Paid holidays. As many of you know, we added Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth as paid holidays to our list of paid holidays. Can I get some?
I'll get a clap, but you still figure it out.
Yeah. Look at Monica with the fist. And the thing is, when we were determining, at first we were only going to add 1, and then Deidre was like, "Well, why are we just doing 1? Let's just pull the trigger and get it over with." And I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. We have to celebrate things that are worth celebrating. You know, and let's be real. This is a minority-owned mental health services center. Why wouldn't we celebrate a holiday that celebrates minorities? Okay, so that is why we've added those to the roster. Overtime. Overtime pay is approved only when work is scheduled, approved, and made known. To be honest, we're definitely going to have to address overtime in some way. We've had a lot of staffing issues, so we get it, and that's why it hasn't been an issue. But right now, overtime, I would say probably about 75% of our employees get overtime every single paycheck. That's a lot. That's excessive. Overtime is technically something that we pay out because we need it. If you've got a provider that needs you to stick around because you're an MA, then absolutely that overtime is approved, and we already know that. But if you
Just sitting at your desk on your phone.
that part and just writing out the clock, that kind of overtime is unnecessary. So we're going to be actually sitting down with the supervisors and coming up with an actual protocol. So basically the way this goes is we just comp it out. You know, on the Wednesday of the week, of whatever week we're talking about, we make sure that they can see the time cards, and anyone that is over in their time, we just comp their time up before the end of the week comes. That usually fixes it, and we're talking about 1 hour here, hour and a half there, so we're not talking about something significant. But an hour a week is 4 hours a month, and it adds up quickly, especially a time and a half. So we just want to make sure we get that under control, because it is unnecessary spending that does affect our bottom line. These were the reasons for overtime: extended patient appointments past scheduled hours, technical difficulties that require additional time, provider support past normal scheduled hours. They said, to the extent possible, overtime will be distributed equally among all employees. We try to do that. Right now it's a little more difficult because everybody's in their role. So if you're in a particular role, then you're probably getting overtime for that reason. But if we had a group of people and we would like to alternate that is again something that we will be discussing with our supervisors, just to make sure that everyone is on the same page as far as divvying out overtime. Work from home, this is a big one. Work from home positions, work from home wasn't a big thing years ago, so we didn't have a big policy over it. Now we have a lot of people that work from home, including myself, on some days out the week. So we just want to make sure that we put some things in place to make sure that everybody is across the board. Work from home positions are sometimes offered for certain positions. When a work from home position is available, an announcement will be made and employees will be permitted to apply for that position. An employee who works from home temporarily must have that time approved in advance by the direct supervisor, unless a work from home schedule has been established and approved. This privilege is only available on a discretionary basis. Abuse of this privilege will result in the loss of this privilege. The following are additional criteria for all that work from home positions. Any employee who works from home does so at their own expense. Safe Behavior Services provides all employees with office space, equipment, internet, and office support. Working from home is a privilege and should be regarded as one. Computers and necessary peripheral equipment will be provided. However, internet and phone service is the employee's expense. So that's all we're talking about. We're just talking about you got to pay your own internet, your phone service. And at this point, it ain't even a phone service because we use WebEx for everything. An employee who works from home should be accessible by phone and email at all times. Any missed calls are to be returned in no less than 30 minutes. Emails are to be responded to in a reasonable time. That's always been the policy anyway. We just wanted to make a point in saying that. And it's really just because if we're working from home, we still got to be available. If somebody's reaching out to you, be reasonable. Nobody's asking you to, if I send you an email, you need to respond in 5 minutes. No, if I needed a 5-minute response, I would have called you. So, I'm very particular on how we communicate, but just be very conscious that if you are working from home, people may still need to reach out to you. Make sure that you are making yourselves available as much as possible. Checking your emails on a regular basis, keeping your WebEx open as needed. Easy stuff. Any employee who works from home should be, that's the wrong one. Any employee who works from home must be equipped to do so. This includes having internet and phone service. I realized that was the next one. I'll update that. Any work in excess of required 40 hours is done so at the employee's discretion and is not required by safe behavior. Therefore, overtime is not available to any employee who works from home unless explicitly determined and communicated by administration. All that means is, for the most part, our work from home positions are not overtime positions. Most of our work from home positions are people who can start when they need to start and stop when they need to stop. If we do have someone working from home and we do determine that it's going to require overtime, then we know it and we talk to you about it and we approve it up front. When we had an issue with the fraudulent situation and we had someone doing some audits for us, we knew she was going to get overtime from working from home. It comes with the territory. But in a general sense, if you have a typical work from home position, it should not be calculating overtime. And to be clear, it's not really an issue. We don't really have an issue with overtime people working from home. It is the responsibility of the employee to submit timesheets at the end of each week. and within 24 hours of the end of the pay period. In some cases, the end of the pay period may also be the end of the week. In these cases, the employee must submit their timesheets immediately after ending their work for the day. The reason I have to say that specifically is because of the way that our pay periods are set up. Sometimes, if let's just say the 31st is on a Wednesday, I've got to get payroll out on Wednesday in order for you, otherwise in other words, if the 5th fell on the weekend and we normally pay you on Friday, you wouldn't get paid on Friday if I don't get your timesheet right away. This is primarily for our hourly employees who work from home. Just keep that in mind. I suggest the calendar reminder, because that's how I keep up with it, to be honest with you. It's easy to forget. I get it. Trust me, I do. But when you forget, you don't get paid on time. So we need to make sure that that information is getting submitted to me or to, I think right now you guys still send them to Dr. Sherlin, so you can still continue to do that. Just make sure on Friday, when you finish, send your timesheets out. And if it's whatever day it is, if it's the last day of the pay period, that's the 15th or the last day of the month, send your timesheet out as soon as you complete your day so that I can make sure that there's no issues with your payroll. Any employee whose work product decreases may lose the privilege of working from home at any time. In addition, administration may require all hands at any time. That's really always been in there as well. I just wanted to make sure we touched that. Employment classification changes. This is something that's come up lately, so we wanted to make sure that we updated this. An employee may change from a part-time to full-time employee or vice versa. Should an employee classification change from part-time to full-time, all benefits and PTO shall be delayed for a 60-day period. During this period, the employee's time shall be monitored to confirm that full-time hours are being fulfilled. Once the employee has satisfied the 60-day waiting period, PTO will be backdated to the initial start of the classification change. So to be clear, you're not penalized because you upgraded. It's just sometimes we had a situation where we went full-time and then didn't really work the full-time hours. Or no, I think it was the other way around. Went part-time but kept working full-time. When you're doing that back and forth and we gotta add benefits, take benefits away, it can get really cloudy, and then we don't know exactly where you are, how many hours you're supposed to have. So this is our way of making sure if you are sincerely upgrading from a part-time to a full-time, then 60 days is how long it's gonna take. If you're just getting hired, it's 90 days. So it's not necessarily going against the grain, but it just makes sure that any changes that are being made are accurate and making sure that it reflects in your schedules. Now, in reverse, should an employee classification change from full-time to part-time, all full-time benefits shall cease immediately. Any earned PTO will be paid to the employee. All unearned PTO is then forfeited upon the classification of that change. Earned PTO shall be determined by Human Resources upon the classification change. Let me be clear on that. What I mean by earned versus unearned PTO is, although we front load PTO at the end of the year, so if you get 2 weeks worth of PTO time, on January 1st, you see 80 hours pop up on your paycheck that you can use all year long. However, we still calculate it throughout the year. So say, for example, you take 2 weeks vacation in January and then you quit in February, you take some of that time back because it's not technically earned yet. So the earned part is what we're talking about. So if you changed your classification, I have an easy calculation when I can go right in there and figure out exactly how much of that term was actually earned. And if you haven't used it, I just automatically pay it to you. If you have used it, then we actually have to take it back out of your final payroll check. So just to be clear as far as that's concerned. Does anybody have any questions on that before I move forward? Oh, I didn't put it in here, but yeah, sure, I can talk about that. So prior to, well, I think maybe the last couple of months or whatnot, a new employee, and we're really talking about we're talking about, staff employee. A new employee will receive 1 week vacation for their first 2 years employed with the company. At the end of that 2 years, then they would go up to 2 weeks vacation. We made a change to that, so where now you get 1 week vacation in your first year. Once you completed your first full year, that is when your 2 weeks, so basically you get your 2 weeks PTO 1 year earlier than we used to, offer for any of our new employees. So, I think, yeah, there are some people in here that would actually apply to. Once you hit your 1 year mark, you will receive 2 weeks. Now, keep in mind, it's still prorated, right? So if you started in December, because we front load in January, I still have to, actually prorate that time out. So I always contact you directly, usually, and I'll let you know, this is what your PTO time is gonna be from this point going forward, and you'll see it immediately on your payroll checks as well. That was, thanks for reminding me of that, because that was a big change. Business expenses. Employees may occasionally incur expenses on behalf of Safe Behavioral Services. Safe Behavioral Services will reimburse employees for typical expenses such as mileage. For example, when Safe Behavioral Services asks an employee to travel to a different job site during the workday, and certain job-related supplies or materials, all expenses are to be requested on, oh, what I just said there, I think I got a typo. All expense reimbursements are to be requested on the expense reimbursement form along with applicable receipts. The one we have is a little outdated, so I'll be updating that form, and it'll be on the Safe Connect, so you can just go right in there and pull it down. The main update here, though, is this part here. Mileage reimbursement is paid at the IRS rate. We will start reimbursing mileage if you are asked to leave one office and go to another office, or quite frankly, do anything on business time on your own. I know some of our supervisors, we have credit cards anyway, so we don't actually get reimbursement because we just pay for our gas. But if you're driving on your own dime and we ask you to go somewhere from one place to another, by all means, you have every right to go on there and pull it. And we pay you based on IRS reimbursement rates, which I believe right now is about 65 cents per mile. I think it was like 55 and a half, but I think it went up. Reemployment. Former employees who are rehired and returned to work within 3 months of their separation will not be required to go through another orientation period unless their original 90-day introduction period was not fulfilled at that time of separation. Former employees who are rehired and returned to work after 3 months of separation will be rehired only as new employees must complete a new introductory period with pay and benefits. Basically what that means is if you're gone for more than 90 days and you return, there is a 90-day waiting period before your benefits are reinstated. Basically, we treat you like a new employee if you leave for that period. That hasn't been the case up until now, but with the turnover and with things coming in and out, it's just the best way to monitor what we're spending out on that. So that is it on the handbook updates. And what's that?
Tell them where they can find it again. Where they can find it again. The handbook on the hub.
Yeah. Everything we're talking about now, any forms that you will need to make any type of request, they will be on the Safe Hub. So like I said, we've already started loading it and we will continue to do so. And quite honestly, if something comes up and you realize something's not there, let me know. And we'll make sure that gets updated are we calling this Safe Hub or Safe Connect?
Safe Connect.
It's Safe Connect now. Safe Connect. Sorry about that. We started out Safe Hub, but I just keep using that terminology.
So, to piggyback off of Alan, just to let you guys know, Fridays, we now will close at 12. That is new, after today. Starting next week Friday, we close at 12. That's a way to combat the overtime a little bit. What's happening between the hours of 12 and 2 is people aren't working either. So what's the point if we're not working and Monday comes and it's a mess? So you guys now are challenged between the hours of 8 and 12 to finish up, complete, and we're out. So the phones will be changed. I was gonna talk with you about that, Aaron, but 12 o'clock. So if you are an opener, you are required to arrive by 7:15. No provider should ever have to open the office like what happened with Anwar. The first thing that happens in the morning, I see every time someone enters the building. I know when you arrive and I know when you leave. When you set off the alarm, mine and Alan's phone rings. Anwar had to open the office by himself. The alarm went off on him. Patients were at the front door and no one was there to queue. I was embarrassed. And how does a provider then even think to feel? They depend on you. Arriving to work is on time is mandatory. If you're an opener and you're unable to arrive on time, you will no longer be an opener. We will automatically make you a closer. So I need you to understand that if you're an opener, 7:15. Now, let me preface this. I don't care if a provider's late. Okay? They're late. We should not be expressing negativity about that. We should not be discussing that. If a provider is late, what matters to me is that they see the patient and catch up. They're not who you are. You are staff, support staff, which means patients show up on time. We expect them to. They don't always, right? But my point is our doors, online, our Google, everything says we open at 7:15, which means you need to be there. The most important thing is when you're there is that you're going, and we're going to talk about this a little later, is the support you show for the providers when they arrive. No provider should show up wondering, who am I working with? How is my computer not working? What's going on? And we'll talk about that. The old school way, we used to walk in, provider, those of you who've been here for a little bit, no. Your coffee was ready, I don't care. I'll make a cup of coffee. If that's what makes their day right, for the million of patients they see that are crying in their face all day long, I'm gonna make them a cup of coffee. I might fry them some eggs. But I'm gonna turn their computer on, I'm gonna warm up the office.
Now they're gonna expect it.
We're gonna talk about that a little, we're gonna talk about that a little bit later, at the end, we're gonna talk about that. But I'm just saying that a lot of we made these changes in the handbook because we know that they needed to be made, but one of the things I will say is arriving to the job is one of the biggest issues that we have, okay? When the providers come in, if they're running late, it's, everything's just dropped. What can we do? Let's get the patients going, all of that. Again, we'll talk about it. But Fridays, 12 o'clock to be ready for Monday. That should give us enough admission. If you are a closer, how would you make up your time? Easily. Closers are there, you should be clocking in before your shift, but no provider should be left alone. If your closer expectation is, you check in with the provider. You still need me here with you. I don't want anybody left alone in the building, period. Especially if patients are there. Patients are in the office, you have to stay. There is no doubt about it. Can't do it, you need to let us know. Providers should not come out and the office is cleared out and they got a patient and they're standing there with the chart. Someone should be there to help greet them, shut down the office. Are we clear? Expectations around that? Provider runs behind. Does it matter? No. As long as somebody's in their room, should it matter that they're late? What are they doing? Helping a patient. Okay? So that's the expectation of that. I'm gonna hand it over to Chantiel. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. You guys can ask some questions around that. But I'll talk it over there. And before we go to lunch, I have something for the providers. When Alan did the acknowledgement, I forgot to get them ready. So I'll let her finish up and then we'll hopefully break here for lunch in a minute.
I just wanted to share, I had a chance to talk with Dr. Sands yesterday, and you know, even though I don't talk to the providers all the time, it was a pleasure, because I saw Anwar this morning and I was like, Anwar! And then I got a chance to talk to Dr. Sands yesterday, and I got her permission to share this with everyone today. When we had a chance to meet with Curium, our leadership meeting, Dr. Sands was there, of course. And as we begin to go through how we function with one another, what I don't think Curium called it personality styles. That's what I call it. What does Curium call it? They call it something different.
I know it's called code.
The code, right? Does everybody remember what you fell under, right? So whatever it was that Dr. Sands fell under, I can't remember what hers was right now. She shared something with that group. And it was in regards to, she was dry?
She was with me, dry.
Okay. So it was in regards to how she responds. What I like to say when I was doing leadership training is how we respond under stress. So she shared with the group how she responds under stress, and she was telling about a time when she came in the office and she was like, "Rawr!" You know, she was really upset and angry, and that was her reaction. But the wonderful thing that I loved about what she said was because she shared that, right? Because you all see patients. I can remember when I first started doing counseling, I used to work with a very difficult population, people that were either in prison or re-entering into the community, and also people that were displaced and homeless. And I can remember meeting with this young lady and hearing her story, and I got out and sat in my car and I just cried. This was like the first time I did counseling. I just cried. I was like, oh my goodness. Like, the things that I have, I was just like, it put things in perspective for me. And so I realized that when you're doing therapy, when you're listening to people, when you're helping people, it creates an amount of stress that, you know, if you've never done it, you can't understand it. And so she had that stress reaction, but I love what she said after that. She was like, but I am not proud of it. And she actually apologized to the person, the staff member, that she actually kind of reared up at. And so that is the pedigree of the providers that we have here. And I can appreciate her. She said she, of course, sent her well wishes. I don't know where she was. She sounded like she was in the wind somewhere. But Dr. Sands, she's on vacation. But she said that she wishes she could be here. But she said anything that can help save. So she wanted me to share that to say staff has to understand that providers operate under a tremendous amount of stress as they function, and providers have to also recognize that you never know what a staffer is going through in their personal lives. And so we work together as a team, because if every staff member walked out of the office and it was just providers left, would you be able to do your job, do the intake, do the call and confirm, do all of those things, answer your patient? The answer is no, right? So we need each other, so we work together as a team. And that was the last thing I wanted to share from Dr. Sands.
Yes, so on that, I wanted to make sure we acknowledge our providers. Alan earlier spoke about what you guys bring to the table. So I wanted to offer you guys just a little special something from us to you about how we feel about what you bring to the table. And we're gonna talk a little bit more later. You know, one of the things I asked Chantel to do is through time is talk about how we can work with our providers and how our providers can work with us. Because one of the things, and then we're gonna, Mariel's gonna come up, compassion. You know how much compassion it takes to be a provider? What compassion that takes? A lot. Who's a mom? How much compassion does it take to be a mom? Too much. A lot. Do you love your children most of the time? Yeah. Most of it. I'm hurt. You might have your favorite. Walking out now. But it takes compassion, and this room, we all have to have it. But we identify when we know it's a bad day or moment or bad situation. But can we identify when someone else is having that? When a provider might have had a patient who's about to do something bad to themselves, or is thinking about doing something bad. Do we all know what it takes to prescribe a certain medication to someone that we don't know if it's gonna kill them or affect them in a negative way? They have to use their minds to decide how I'm gonna treat this patient. And then they also have to have compassion. And as we make these changes and we put time, we're putting a lot of compassion in the changes that we do for all of you in this room. But we are gonna talk a little bit, and I'm gonna end on that, because for me at the end of the day, I have had my moments where I may have not had compassion. I can admit to that. But I've learned having mercy on each other is what can help us to also have compassion. So I hope that you guys understand why all the changes we're making and bringing HR and everything Chantel's saying is so important. Nobody in this room is above anybody else. I can tell you somebody in this room who will literally plumb every toilet. Monica. She don't care. I'll do it too. Because at the end of the day, the job has to get done. Right? So, reason why Chantel's saying everything she's saying is we recognize that we as a company have to make certain changes for you. We recognize where we might have had gaps and we might have failed. But we're also asking for you to notice the changes that we're making, embrace them, but also change with us. Does that make sense? And we'll have some more time to talk about that later. Now, for those of you guys who haven't met Marielle, she's a little camera shy. We're gonna check on lunch. She's gonna come up here and talk to you guys for a little bit, because I wanna save a little bit of my speech for the end. She's gonna talk to you guys for a little bit, and then we'll break for lunch. But I wanna say to providers, thank you. Thank you for being here. I hope you can stay a little longer. I hope you do stay with us, because we have more to come. But SAFE would not be where we are if they don't see patients. When they don't see patients, you think, does anybody know, are we government funded? No. How do we get our money? The patients. The patients. So, Alan actually signs your paychecks. With my money. But if you guys got your paycheck and you opened it up, or your bank account, and it said 0.00, how would you feel?
Lost.
Do you recognize that every digit on there comes because intake did a job, but providers saw the patient, and that's how you get paid? I want you guys to chew on that when you eat your lunch. For real. Your paycheck happens because we open our doors and patients are seen. If you were to get a 0.00 paycheck, would you be mad? So I need you guys to help me fill in the blank with those numbers. I need you to help me by showing up, doing the job, and being a support. Cool? Because that's how we're gonna be better. So, Marielle?
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever you got on your little agenda.
I got a little something.
And then we'll break for lunch. Is food out there? Okay. She said no.
Okay. About 30 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Oh, I left the office full-time 3 years ago. Wow. So I've been with SAFE since 2017. I'm a licensed clinician, a therapist. I specialize in high-risk patients. I have certifications in EMDR, prolonged exposure, trauma. I specialize in personality disorders, borderline personality, self-harm. I see some really sick people and I love it. I love it. I love helping. So when I met Deidre, I was introduced to her through Dr. Hadley. It's been a long time. I wasn't looking for a different job. I was on maternity leave with my second baby, and Dr. Hadley was begging me. She said, Saafe, it would be a perfect fit. You gotta leave. Like, you need to create your own program. I'm like, no, I'm good. But I'll meet her. Let's see. I guess. So I show up with my brand new baby. She was, I think, 6 weeks old. And she's crying. It's so awkward. It's an interview or like an intro. I'm not sure what's gonna happen next. And she goes with Alan in the room. You can go ahead and feed her. Pull out my breastfeed her. And we just keep talking casually. And that's when I knew, I was like, these are good people, right? I can be myself. I can be a mother in this company. And if you notice the stories that are connected to Deidre, it's all family. It's all personal. It's love, it's caring, it's support, it's meeting you where you are. And that's why I haven't left, right? And throughout my time, getting emotional. So right after I got hired, I got divorced. And I was depressed. I think that her and Alan really saved me. It was hard. A single mom, not knowing what I'm gonna do, having to support these kids, and it was scary. It was really scary. And to hear, Deidre on the other line saying, work from home today, it's okay. Don't come to work until you go to the gym. You need to move, get your life going, right? Come in at 10 a.m., go to the gym first. Your kids are sick, that's okay. Bring them to the office just for a little bit. It's cool with me. Man, what a place to be, right? Just to be loved and accepted and supported. And so they're not just stories, they're real life experiences, and it's a blessing to be here. And with Chantel talking about HR and wanting to create this environment, or I would say accentuate an environment where we get to be our best selves, right? I remember when I got, at the time, was my dream job offer. I was scared. I went to Dad over here, Alan. I was like, I'm not gonna tell Mom first, I have to tell Dad first. I was crying. I felt like I was betraying them, right? Because you heard my origin story. How can I leave people that just held me in their arms and like kept me safe and built me up? How can I leave? And I remember Alan said to me, I'm proud of you. How can I be upset? Right? And Deidre said the same thing, and again, that's why I stayed. Right? I can't leave these people. So they weren't kidding when I say take things personal. I was doing the numbers. So I'm going to talk to you about the temperature of the therapy department. We have Amber, Shayla, Rena, Christy, Chris, Tiffany, Marjan, Tracy, Tanya, Whitten, Natalia, Altamise, Adriana. I've only not hired 2 of those people. So this is my department. I love it. Amber, Shayla, and Rena are brand new to us. Okay, so let me talk to you about them. Amber comes from the Tampa Bay area. She is virtual. She has a long history of working with DCF, a lot of reunification. She sees really great, she has really great work, does a lot of trauma work, and works with adults mostly. I have Shayla, who comes from the Jacksonville area, I believe. Sorry, Shayla, if that's wrong. She works with teens and adults, and she loves working with trauma as well. And then I have Rena, who specializes in working with the autism spectrum, families, kids, and addiction. And so what we've been trying to do is meet the need. And it's hard to, especially with minors, attend therapy during school hours. So one of the initiatives that we have with the department is hiring off hours, right? The weekends, the evenings, and then diversifying the specialties so that we can make sure that we are fitting the needs of the community, okay? And then we have our super strong team of already established clinicians. Again, Christy, who's my colleague, and she heads the therapy department as well. I have Christian and Tiffany, Marjan, Tracy, Tanya, Whitten, Natalia, Altamise, and Adriana. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. So we're going to continue to hire. We have a lot of major opportunities coming. I had a meeting with Deidre and someone in the community who needs more help. And I know in-house, right, our physicians are not slowing down. So at St. John, Volusia County, yeah? St. John, Volusia.
They're in St. John, but they're coming into Volusia.
Okay, got it. So there's this massive area that is getting a lot of government grants and funding, and they do in-school therapy, and their initiative is to get clinical and psychiatric services, especially for kids ages 0 to 17. And they coordinate all this care. So they partner with SMA, BetterHelp, everyone, right, in Florida. And they are flooded. They don't have enough providers for the need. So they essentially said, can you create a program so that we can start sending you people? And so what that means is that we have the opportunity to triple, quadruple our therapy program, because we're about to get a flood possibly of referrals. So it's a big, huge task. It's a little bit, like, it's exciting, but a little bit scary because it could take us over that, to that next level. So that's what's coming. But we also want to make sure that we're taking care of the clients that are in-house, right? So our providers see 10 to 1 to 1 therapist. And so we want to also make sure that we're accommodating the clients that are currently with us right now. So that's coming, and we will see what we do with that. It could be just something big. Another initiative that I have for this year is improving the department communication with the therapist. So it's difficult to be, on your phone, checking your email, WebEx all the time when you have to sit in an hour-long session, right, with the client. It doesn't give you the chance to really be attentive to messaging and whatnot. So one of the things that I want to make sure we're enhancing are those department meetings, and especially ones with our prescribers in the therapy department. Some of the things we've been doing as well is offering training, so that will be something that I collaborate with Chantel on, and offering CEUs for our providers. And then, I don't know if you guys know this, but I manage all the interns and offer supervision. It's a requirement. So they meet with me 1 to 2 times a week. So if you have any questions or concerns regarding clinicals or communication or patient care, please feel free to reach out to me. I don't think you guys know that, but everyone's under my license, so I manage them, and so I'm going to know what's going on, and let me know as well if there's any concerns regarding what your patients tell you about therapy, okay? All right. And then one thing that you will also notice is that we're going to start offering in-office therapy. So Rena is going to start coming to Sanford at least once a week. And then part of the hiring will also be to focus on 100% in-office therapy, especially for the little ones, 10 and under, who can't do virtual, as well as kids on the spectrum. We might be getting an in-house ABA therapist, and just be more of a one-stop shop like we've always talked about. All right, so these things are coming along. That's all I have. Yeah.
I know it's been a concern with using therapy.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, on average, I would say 90% of our therapy team come to SAFE straight out of graduate school. And when they graduate, they have to do 2 years of a provisional internship, meaning they're a registered intern in the state. Kind of like a doctor that does residency, intern therapists have to do that. It's fantastic because we get to train them and get to teach them, but what happens is that we have this shelf life, right, of 2 to 3 years with therapists. And so that's not a reflection of, gosh, this job is awful, I hate SAFE. It's that they've been learning and growing. Now they're licensed and they want to take on the world and go off and do different things. So with what we're doing with this big program, with the HR department offering more incentives, we are focusing on keeping and holding on to licensed therapists. So what that will look like is more full-time right? Salaried therapists, moving away from the contract because I think we're big now. We don't have to do more fee for service. Offering more CEUs, and then I think feeling like they're a part of it. Being virtual, I don't get to hang out here, right, with Jose and talk to them and consult on a case and ask them how his day's going. It feels disconnected, so I don't feel like I'm a part of. And so with these meetings, with the hub, I feel like we're gonna feel more connection with the therapy team. I also am really, really picky about who we have. And so I'd rather have a few really, caring, good, confident therapists than 15, and they're not doing good work. So there's this other element of making sure that we have quality over quantity, right? And I think that's fair, right? We'd all agree with that. To what Deidre says, I don't want to go to jail either. It's on my license. I want to make sure they're doing good work and everyone's happy. Any questions for me? All right. A while back, we were working on offering our own team clinical services therapy. Obviously, I can't be your therapist, but if anyone's ever going through anything, if you need direction, if you need support, just someone to vent to, talk to, just as a colleague, please reach out to me. All right, I'm available. My phone number's in the directory. Call me, text me, and I'm here to help. All right, you're not alone.
So I think our lunch is ready, actually. Let's see.
No.
Actually, Aaron, do you want to go, while we're waiting for lunch, do you want to go ahead and do your part now?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for that. It's definitely reciprocated. I started in the tech field maybe
You look tech
20,
guy.
sorry, maybe 20 years ago. I met Deidre through her dad, Mr. Jacobs, and kind of had a good relationship ever since. I installed her security cameras for her back in 2012 maybe, and yeah, and ever since then we've been a team, and I'm proud of you. Everything you accomplished is great. Alan, you as well, man. You guys are taking it to the next level. I've seen it grow. And
Those things are working.
I just want to make it clear to everybody here, if you ever need any support.
My Wi-Fi sit up.
Actually, when I worked for the school district of Volusia County, I was a technician for them as well. Noemi back there, she was an elementary student at a school that I worked for.
Oh my gosh.
That's how long I've been in this area. So yeah, that's crazy. And, so yeah, I'm super proud to work for a company like this. I've always said up until I started full time with you guys, I like working in technology because I like machines and not so much people. That has completely changed. I feel like I have a great relationship with everybody here, and I just want to let you guys know I'm here to help. Whatever you need.
He went to win a garden.
What can we call you for?
Yeah. What can you call me for?
Yeah.
Well,
not gonna hear
Man,
it.
anything tech related as far, your computer, if you don't have internet, if you need assistance with with your home internet, to make sure that remote workers are good. I know it's a big deal for you, your staff. So yeah, anything like that.
And all EHR stuff? Advanced
Yeah,
MD?
anything related to EHR, I call EHR Advanced MD for a lot of those issues, and then I work through it with them and provide answers to you.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, I do manage WebEx and all the way the phone system operates. So anytime you guys, Fridays you go on break, things like that, I'll make sure the phone's be forwarded to the correct people. Any concerns with your extensions, I can help out with that. Email issues as well. So anything technology related, I'm here to support. So.
I will say, with him on board, every Monday, D-Lands are good. That was definitely an upgrade, having you there at the office on Monday.
Well, I know the land, for some reason their internet, it's not the best part of the town when it comes to Spectrum internet. So we implemented a backup internet service for when Spectrum, fails. So it kicks over automatically. So it's pretty nice, pretty sophisticated, and yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much all I had. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Yes. How do you want them to reach you?
Thank you. WebEx. So get a hold of your supervisor, just send her a quick message and she'll forward it over to me. And the reason I do it that way is so everything is stored in one place. And I have a history of the work being performed on each individual computer. So yep, get a hold of your supervisor. Your supervisor will contact me through WebEx in a chat that we created for everybody. So that's the best way to go about that. So yeah. I know you're still gonna grab me in the hallway. That's okay. Yeah, continue doing that, that's fine. But for the most part, use WebEx.
We love you, Aaron.
All right, yeah, Aaron is the man, y'all. Aaron wired up my house, wired up Deidre's house. Every time I need something tech-wise, he's the first call I make. So I appreciate that. Yeah, do not call him for Apple. He don't want nothing to do with Apple products.
Oh, real quick, when Deidre says that we're all willing to do anything, I installed the cabling in the 135 building, and underneath that I saw a lot of dead rats. So I'm willing to do anything.
Like the unnecessary information.
Good job, Aaron. Well, lunch should be being served in just a couple minutes here, but right before we finish, I actually did want to introduce Dr. Abby Soye. How was that swimming? You want to come up, talk to the people for a minute? Like that chicken.
Start out with a song.
Hi, I'm done.
I would say a theme of what I've been hearing and through my cases, if you don't want to work at safe, don't meet with Deidre. If you meet with her, you stay 5 minutes with her, you sold. Yeah, it's been a pleasure working here, and I've loved every moment of it. I trained with Dr. Casanova and Dr. Science here, and I would say from the beginning I felt like, might not be a bad place to start when we finish a program. And truth be told, she came around like, I want you here. I love my job. I don't see why I'm leaving them yet. She was like, well, I want you. And the rest is history. And I love my stay. I love my Durham people. Yeah, people that come along. But I love working with everybody, and it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much.
All right, everybody, so we will adjourn. I'm gonna check real quick to make sure our food is good to go. And,
You can do it so you can get back.
yeah, I mean, go for it. I'll see you guys in, we really only gave ourselves about 45 minutes for lunch, but we'll see how things go. That way we're not here all afternoon.
Well, we're ahead of schedule, so you guys tell us, you want 30 minutes to eat, you want 45 minutes, but we are ahead.
No, we're not ahead in the morning, so.
Oh, yeah, so, what time was lunch?
Yeah, 11:30.
But Aaron already went.
everybody enjoy lunch today. At the rate we're going right now, I think we'll relatively wrap it up, quickly here. We just got a few more items on our agenda before we're done for the afternoon. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump on back in and keep this train moving. About 2 years ago, several of the administrators attended a conference in Orlando called the Small Business Leadership Conference. It was a business leadership conference centered around CEOs, senior management, where we took seminars on office culture, media presence, managing multi-generational workforce, leader development, and the development of company core values and mission statement. After the conference, we rallied together and decided we needed to put pen to paper on developing our core values and our mission statement. And after a few meetings, we successfully drafted our official core values, mission statement, and vision. So I want to go over those with you all briefly today. Now, in case you haven't noticed, we have them on some posters back in the back of the room here as well. I'm not actually sure if we updated our website with it or not. I know we had some older stuff on there, but I think we did. But if not, we'll make sure. But this was a direct result of this leadership conference. We enjoyed it. They had a lot of information to give. We actually signed up again for this year. I know Monica is going to be joining us there again. So, needless to say, I'm going to move on. Our core values are the measure that determines our actions and behavior as an organization. They influence the way we engage our clients, members of our organization, and our community. Number one, professionalism. When asking our clients and community to entrust us with their most precious thoughts and emotions, we must demonstrate our ability to address everyone with respect and approach each moment with confidence and excellent service. Empathy and compassion. To understand and embrace the innermost thoughts and emotions of a client and be compelled to alleviate that suffering within. This is the most important job of any mental health professional. It must be at the center of every client contact. It must be ingrained in the very core of our organization. This means that in all aspects of its operations and at all levels of the organization, SAFE works to ensure that there is no discrimination on the basis of, but not limited to, ethnicity, language, race, age, ability, sex, sexual or gender identity, sexual orientation, income, family status, nationality, or religious or political affiliation. We are also sensitive to the fact that oppressed groups experience marginalization and encounter barriers to full access of mental health services. Empathy and compassion is our answer to those barriers. Integrity. Trust is essential to the establishment of any mental health treatment plan. To build trust, the integrity of our organization must be impenetrable. We believe that approaching any situation must be done with uncompromising integrity. It is a responsibility that we as an organization accept with great care and honor. And lastly, progress. At Safe Behavioral Services, every solution must be in the interest of moving forward, getting better, and adapting to the world around us. Whether determining a treatment plan for a client or adopting telemedicine to ensure our clients continue to receive the best care possible, forward-thinking solutions are always at the focal point of our organization. Our mission. As a mental health community center, our mission is the normalization of sound mental and physical health for our community by improving one's understanding of the mind-body connection between the mental health and physical health. Integrity, compassion, and professionalism are crucial in gaining the trust of our community and clients and are therefore ingrained in every aspect of our organization. And then finally, our vision. It is our vision at Safe Behavioral Services to accomplish the normalization of mental health in a similar capacity in which physical health is considered today. Having a therapist and psychologist should be as common as having a primary care physician. Attending to our mental health should be as readily available as getting an annual physical. We hope, with the effective use of collaboration and technology, to extend our services into channels of life including schools, work, community organizations, religious organizations, etc. Our success depends on our ability to remain committed to our core values. Through our actions and behavior, it is our goal to express the value of our clients' dignity through respect and compassion, our staff's dedication, our community's acceptance, and our organizational pride. So, if any of you have attended meetings with me, you know that I am not bashful about disclosing that I believe in therapy, and I've been going to therapy very regularly for a couple of years. During that time, I learned that I suffer from anxiety. Now, I must admit, that kind of threw me off guard because I pride myself on my exceptional attention to detail and focus. Mind you, I said anxiety, not attention deficit. I didn't realize that there were two different things. I always heard ADHD and assumed that one was the other. But as I did the work, I learned a few things about myself. So I want to share a brief illustration of the kind of anxiety that I deal with on a regular basis. I'm going to show you what you see, and I'm going to show you how it feels. Alan is always on time. Alan instantly has a tummy ache if I think I'm going to be 1 minute late. Alan has a strong work ethic. I fear of being fired over the littlest thing or disappointing my boss. Alan is always in control. Something will go wrong if I don't do everything myself. Good planning. I need to be prepared in case bad thing A, B, or C happens. Alan is always organized. I have been organized. I have to be organized so I don't get overwhelmed and melt down. Alan is super helpful. If I say no, they'll think that I don't care about them. Alan is zen and relaxed. If I don't meditate, do yoga, pray, and practice breathing exercises, I will lose it. Alan is self-assured. Don't listen to anxiety. You got this, you got this, you got this. Alan is calm and composed. Alan just finished crying in the bathroom. I can do this. When I knew I needed therapy, it still took me months to pick up the phone and find someone. I worried about if the person would be a good fit. Will they judge me? Will they have the experience necessary to understand me? I worried about the cost. I worried about the time. I worried about whether or not it would work. But eventually, I got up the courage to reach out. And I've been in therapy ever since. Sometimes I go as often as every week, sometimes more likely, I go 1 or 2 times a month. I call it maintenance. I'm practicing what I preach. I believe that our mind is more important than our bodies, or at the minimal, equally important. Our mind can convince us that we are sick even if we aren't. Vietnamese Buddhist Thich Nhat Hanh said, the key to a healthy life is having a healthy mind. Your illness is not your identity. Your chemistry is not your character. Wellness is the complete integration of body, mind, and spirit. The realization that everything we do, think, feel, and believe has an effect on our state of well-being. Rene Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. Solomon said in Proverbs, for as he thinks in his heart, so is he. There are references upon references telling us that our minds have more power than our hands could ever have. My mind is exposed to hate, negativity, shame, fear. My rationale mind can know that these things, my rationale mind can't know these things and not see that I have to take care of my mind. And if that means checking in with my therapist a couple times a month, then so be it. When you answer that phone for my intake, or click that video for my psych eval, or begin my therapy session, or queue up the next patient, know that these are the struggles that our patients deal with every single day. And I know that so well because we do too. I am originally from Cleveland, Ohio, born and raised. I always say I feel like I had a vast exposure of different experiences as a kid, simply based on where I live. See, in Cleveland, we were very segregated there. The east side of the city was primarily black people. During the years I lived there, at least, that's all I knew. My church, my school, my family, any activities that I was involved in, it was black people, black people, black people. That's all I knew. They were all in the black community, run by black people. The west side of the city was more low income, Caucasian, and Hispanics. We had a Chinatown and a Little Italy. Once you got to the suburbs, the demographics changed. Most of the suburbs were primarily Caucasian, with a handful of minorities, too little to even break them up into separate ethnicities. When I was about 10, my mom remarried to the man I gladly call my father today, and we moved to the suburbs. And the place we first went was to Bedford Heights. Fun fact about Bedford Heights, that's where Halle Berry went to school. It's kind of cool. Teachers used to have her picture up all in the hallways and stuff, so proud. Now, Bedford Heights was a much more mixed suburb than most, but it was still about 50% Caucasian, and then the other 50% was minority, if you will. While I was there, I played sports. I played football, I ran track, I wrestled, and we dominated all the sports. And at first glance, it seemed like we were beating everybody because we had more black people. That was like the thing. Y'all got all the black people, so that's why y'all win everything. And what we realized was that just wasn't true. We just had more diversity. We had more of a pool of people to choose from. The baseball team was pretty much Hispanic, and we clobbered anybody we played. Football and basketball was pretty relatively mixed. We had a golf team that was mostly Asian, and that was including Indian and East Asian. Wrestling was mostly Caucasian, although I was one of the people on the wrestling team. But it was too pretty diverse. Most of the other schools in our conference, though, they were all predominantly Caucasian suburbs. So we just crushed them all the time. That was when I learned my first lesson of how important diversity is. It wasn't about having any particular one group of people, but having so many different types of people that it made that big of a difference in how we perform in everything, academic and sports. After 3 years, my parents wanted to build a new home, so we moved again. And this time, we went to a very predominantly Caucasian suburb called Macedonia. It was a very real culture shock. My high school was 96% Caucasian. It was 4% minority. And I remember the statistic coming out that year, it was 28 black people in my entire high school. I was the only black kid in every single one of my classes except for one, every single year that I went to this high school. We sucked at all the sports. Just not enough diversity. My mom insisted when we were living in Bedford that I was supposed to learn how to play an instrument. So, my mama told me, I learned how to play saxophone. And I played the saxophone for about 6 or 7 years. And then when I got to high school, I had to choose. So I couldn't play saxophone and play football. So I chose football. I knew how to play the saxophone already, but football, I only had so many more years before I'd be able to keep that going. Now, let me be clear, I was in the band, and you know, we in the South, so when you say you're in the band, you know, you might think about like Mainland High School with a dope drum line and a real cool drum mate. Nah, that was not my band. My band was like American Pie Presents Band. That was the band that I was a part of. And I loved it, and I loved the people that were in it. As an athlete, I was a relatively tough kid, and no one really gave me trouble, at least not in school. I dealt with my first bouts of racism there, but in truth, I got used to that pretty quickly and learned how to navigate around it. But if I saw some bully messing with one of my band friends, he had trouble. I ain't play that. I have a real disdain for bullies, especially if the people that you're bullying was somebody that I care about. My senior year, though, I was voted the first black prom king of my high school. And I gotta be honest, I did not see that coming. I mean, I guess I was kind of popular in high school, but not to prom king level. You know, there were like plenty of pretty boys who played sports, you know, the typical pick of the litter, especially at a predominantly Caucasian high school. But I won because my band friends got together, nominated me, pushed my campaign, and got me voted the first black prom king of my high school. Don't get me wrong, I'm sorry, hold on. When others would have played the role of school jock, I continue to embrace them as the awesome people that they were. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't doing them any favors by being kind to them. But that's the point. Being kind usually reciprocates one way or another. I'm still very close friends with some of those people. Throughout my grade school years, I was exposed to all kinds of people from different races, backgrounds, income levels. The city of Cleveland kind of forced that on you because of how segregated it was. Furthermore, in our early years, we were what you might consider at or below the poverty line in our earlier years with my brothers and sisters. But by high school, we were middle class. We were in the suburbs now, and we were living a different life. But I had friends who were way poorer than we were, and I had friends who were way more well off than we were. I had hood friends, and I had nerd friends. I learned to accept people the way that they were, and I recognized that everybody is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, he will have lived his entire life thinking he was stupid. It's one of my favorite quotes by Einstein. My vision is simple. Treat each patient with care, offer a smile and a kind word, be patient with them. They never claimed to have it all together. That's why they're here. Do no harm. It is our job to make sure that our patients leave us better than they arrived. If that does not happen, then we fail. And make no mistake, I understand what that entails. To put our own struggles and insecurities and deficiencies to the side so that we can focus on someone else's problems. That's the job. Whether you've taken intake call or billing out the services, providing the care, that's the job. We don't sell retail products or offer labor services. We are entrusted with the mental health care of our community. The standard is high. It is my vision that we meet it. So how do we get there? By extending empathy as often as we can. Taking a pause and recognizing that we can be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. By working together to complete a common goal. By doing our part and helping each other whenever we can. Understand that although you are employed by Safe Behavioral Services, you don't work for us. You work for the patients. Your responsibility is to our patients. Our responsibility as the leadership of this organization is to look after you. We trust you to take care of our patients, and we ask that you trust us to take care of you. I believe that that is how we meet the mission as a team. Never lose sight of that. I find that although it may seem like you're putting your problems to the side to address other people's problems, you'll learn that properly addressing other people's problems will give you a better perspective of your own. The highest form of knowledge is empathy. So what does that have to do with money, Mr. CFO? Because eventually you realize that every stage of the process affects the next. It's like chess. In order to make sound decisions for an organization, you have to see it from a bird's eye view. And when you do, you can see how high turnover reflects in the bottom line. The cost to train, onboarding, placement, evaluation, start over again. The costs are not obvious up front, but make no mistake, I can look at our financial statements over the last 10 years and tell you what years we dealt with the most turmoil. Every decision has a ripple effect. But the good news is it works in reverse as well. One person stepping up leads to a team stepping up, and a team leads to an organization. For every person who thinks as an owner rather than a member, we get one step closer to a more harmonious work environment. And when we're in harmony, we make money. Thank you. Yes. And we will take a 5-minute break in case you need to use the restroom. When you guys return, we're going to do our award ceremony, and we're just going to have some fun.
That's it. Listen, we're telling our stories. Here, you know how to get these out. Because it was your thing. So, actually, you do. You handle it.
Okay.
Which mic, the blue or orange?
Any either one.
Okay. All right. Well, are we on? All right. So, I didn't get the best participation on the awards this year, but that's all right. It's our first time out. We keep this thing going. And if I'm being honest, I even realized I skipped a step. So I got a better way to process this the next time around as well. Because I should have sent them to you twice. I should have let you nominate people first, narrowed it down, and then sent it to you again so you could actually choose an actual winner. I had to choose winners based on the names that you guys submitted, period. So whoever name came up the most for a particular category is who won that category. All right. Number one, and this is actually one of my favorite ones. So, Company Values Award. This award goes to an employee who embodies company values, their empathy and compassion, professionalism, integrity, and progress. Lucy Alphonse. Next award, Coaching Champion, in recognition of their exceptional coaching skills. Lucy Alphonse. Next award is our Team Player Award in recognition of exceptional team player skills. Noemi Bueno. Next award is our People's Choice Award. This award was chosen by your peers as the favorite person they enjoy working with. Orlando Rodriguez. Our next award is for Outstanding Service. This is in recognition of exceptional service. Valerie Rivera.
What's up with this table?
I know.
The next award is for the most improved. This certificate is awarded to Mr. Christian Giovanniello. Next award is awarded to the Rookie of the Year in recognition of our best new employee of 2022, Diana Smith. Up next, Best Therapist in recognition of exceptional performance and dedication, Tiffany Altman. Our next award is our Initiative Award in recognition of exceptional leadership, Tiffany McRory. I should have had somebody with a camera on Tiffany's face.
I know, that face was amazing.
Because I could have anticipated it. Up next is our Perfectionist Award in recognition of exceptional attention to detail, Lucy Alamos. Up next is our All Smiles Award in recognition of a beautiful smile and kind presence, Bonnie Williams. Up next, up next is our Socialite Award in recognition of always bringing positivity to any space, Kyra Dowdell. Our next award is our Grammy Award winner in recognition of their exceptional office singing skills.
Oh.
Give a big hand for Monica Kelly. Up next is our Loch Ness Award. This is in recognition of finding the best hiding places where nobody can find you. Monica Kelly.
It is so true. You can never find her, ever. And then when you first started, she ended up back there.
Up next is our Fashionista Award in recognition of her stylish, fashionable scrubs and accessories, Lucy Alamos. Our next award is our Loyalty Award in recognition of extraordinary loyalty, dedication, and service.
And the winner is Alan Knox. He couldn't announce himself.
I want to thank myself for
Up next is our Best Supervisor Award in recognition of extraordinary leadership skills, Mario Johnson. Now the next three awards, we split three ways because of the way that we were making this determination. So this was our Best Provider Award. It was based on Google reviews. Whoever got the highest stars in Google reviews, and that person was Dr. Ada Gasanova. In addition to that, the person who had the second best number of Google reviews was Kanisha Miller. And finally, our first runner-up Best Provider Award. This one was actually chosen by their peers, Jose Vera. The next award was also a three-way tie. Over and Beyond Award, going over and beyond. Our winners are Sherilyn Howard, Jackie Valentin, and Lauren Diaz. All right, and I think I got a couple of, yep. And then this next one is a two-part winner as well. This is our Perfect Attendance Award. A perfect attendance was only offered to those who work in the office full-time, not work-from-home positions. Valerie Rivera. Valerie literally did not come in a single time in the entire 2022 year.
Wow.
And Orlando Rodriguez. And last but not least, this is our MVE Award, Most Valued Employee RSVP award, Lucy Alamos. And just to be clear, that was simply because she got the most awards, so it just makes sense.
And just to be clear, y'all, that was not administration picking those people.
Nah,
That was here.
that was just you all. And hopefully next time my Sanford crew will vote a little more, and it might have been some Sanford names in there. I kept sending y'all email. I ain't talking about the providers. I'm talking about the staff. Kyra, Angel. Where Angel go?
All the way in the back. All the way in the back.
Oh yeah. Jamari. Yeah, they wasn't participating. I tried though, y'all.
Where's
That's it.
Jamari?
That's everybody.
Oh. All right, so we are at the final stretch. You guys like that? Yes. So, I have a few of my a couple awards. Do you guys remember when I sent out an email about passion and office policy and passion? And I asked you guys to do what?
To respond.
Do you know how many people respond? I think 7. Everybody responded with a reply, whether you read it. I said, I won't read it. But the reason why I sent it out was because there's so much accountability we have to have with what we do, right? So I said, I wanted to throw it back on you guys. What do you feel that you bring as value to the company? What is it that you feel that you do every day that no one has to question your loyalty and value to the company? So I asked everybody to write me back. And I believe I only had 7 people do that. So I'm gonna recognize those 7 people. It was Courtney, Valerie, Alyssa, Jackie, Noemi, Yami, and Diana Smith. We do that stuff because at the end of the day, I can't help you hold yourself accountable. You have to hold yourself accountable and want to be here. And for me, I'm big on praising the people that want to be held accountable, but also know and say, you know what I appreciate is they're like, this is how I'm accountable, but this is how I want to do better. And that's what I appreciated about each and every one of those responses. I won't put you on the spot and read them. But what I loved is that you guys that responded not only told me about why you're passionate about this company, do what you do, but what you want to do better and what you believe. And you even threw in your peers. So some of the prizes didn't all arrive, only a few, but I have 4 of them and the rest of yours is coming, I promise. But I put all your names in a bag and we're gonna shake it up. Alan's gonna draw a name. Because the first one, I have a little gift. So he's gonna pick a name out of those 7 people and you'll win this envelope, okay? $100 bill. So who gets $100 bill out of those people? Who gets?
Amy.
On top of that, what I did was, for those of you who responded, that's my favorite color. The rest of them are coming, I promise. I didn't record it correctly and push the button.
Oh no, this isn't hers. Wait, you want me to show it to him?
Yes. It's a nice cup with her name on it. It is.
Noemi.
With her name on it. So I got Noemi, Jackie, Courtney, and Yami. And the other ones are on their way. So Diana, Alyssa, and Valerie, yours should be here at the beginning of the week and I'll have it to you, okay? So I appreciate you guys for participating in that because that was really big for me. Number 1, it was following instructions. It was number 2, letting us know how you feel. So I do have another prize at the end of another $100 bill, but you gotta take notes. You gotta remember something, and I'll go around the room.
No,
Everybody like, can I get this payment time?
I have other little gifts, so we're gonna take notes, but I have a couple Benjamin's up here. So,
There's one in the bag. There's a pin in your bag, by the way.
so I got two more Benjamins, okay? And some other stuff. So we're speaking, we're gonna take notes, and then we're gonna end the day on a beautiful weekend, right? I heard a quote before. Not saying it's not important. Nope. That I love. It's called, "Ability without humility is a liability." Let me say that again. Ability without humility is a liability. Anybody know what that means? Tell me what that means, Alan. What do you think that means?
It means that just because you know how to do something, if you don't have some level of humility, you are more likely to be a liability to my organization than anything else.
That's everybody in the room, including myself. What is it that we do? It's mental health. Alan told a story. Something about him you didn't know. I need a therapist too. I don't have one yet. He's supposed to give me her number like months ago.
So it's his fault.
It's his fault, but I'll call you, Mario. I'll call you. My point is that every one of us in this room have to be humble. Because if we're not, and what we do, it's gonna cause something. Let me say, I say to you guys all the time, if those of you guys remember, I say, don't let us end up on the news. Please, don't. And I say that because the situation happened yesterday, but what is the most recent mass murder attack that just happened? Does anybody remember, know what happened?
No, it was a facility.
Right, and why did he walk in there? Does anybody know what he was doing? He was anxious, and he was having an outbreak, and he walked into a medical facility and shot at 5 women, killing one, because he was looking for help. Can you imagine if patients didn't get help from us, and they walked in our facility and started shooting at us because we couldn't have humility? Let me give you a scenario. Patient yesterday. His appointment was specifically at 3:30. Guess what time we called the patient? 3:30. Where are you at, patient? Well, I'm trying to download Zoom. I tried to call your office. I couldn't get a hold of you. I'm telling you guys a story. Hear me out. I tried to call your office, but I couldn't get in touch with anybody. I know I have this appointment. He's calm. But I don't know what to do. Sir, do you have Zoom downloaded? I don't, but I can go back home and have my wife help me. That means he's driving. He thinks his appointment's in office and he's late. Sir, well, you're 5 minutes late and provider can't do nothing in 25 minutes. That's what the person told him on the phone in those exact words. They can't help you because it's 25 minutes into the appointment. Why does that matter? Is it the patient's information to know how long the provider's going to see them for? No. Hold on for a second, sir. 3 minutes. For 3 minutes, somebody's finding somebody to find somebody to find somebody to help this patient. And he's on the phone saying, oh my gosh, this is crazy. He's having a breakdown. Providers now can't see the patient because the patient's being told you're now 8 minutes late by the time you come back on the phone. The patient says, I've been waiting a month for this appointment. What do you mean I can't be seen? It's not the provider's fault, right? So guess what the patient does? He walks in the office, upset. Now let's imagine this patient is so upset that he is about to pop off and he has a gun in the car because we messed up with him. Now mind you, the person wasn't in their seat to cue the patient up in time. So then we had to reach out to another provider and ask them to stay late to see this patient, because when I got the call, in my mind, all I'm thinking of is, this guy is so angry, he may do something crazy. Patient was seen. The provider had to stay late, and we had to stay late. Patient says, can I get your name? Person says, I'm gonna transfer you. Ma'am, can I get your name? Don't worry about it, I'll get your name later. But now we don't want to give our name. But if the patient complains and he asks what the name of the CEO is, you'd give him my name. Would you not? So now the patient has to get the name from, I call him back to the office and talk to the phone to get the name of somebody, because they need help and want to know who was just working with them. This is why we are a liability. That's the one story of many. Google us. We are here to help the patient. If we don't understand the rules, we have to ask. But it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Patient gets called and said, you know what, we're gonna see you. I had to call Monica. Monica, please fix this for me. Call the patient, whatever you gotta do, ask a provider to stay. And Abby stayed. Monica, what did the patient say to you? He was thankful, was he not?
He told me to tell Alicia, thank you for your customer service. And
He was thankful. We saved a possible negative Google review. We saved a possible patient who could come back and do something crazy. But we also saved a liability. And I say that because I don't think any of you guys recognize our doors are open. Who sits at the front desk? You're the first person they're coming for. Everybody else can run. So if you allow your teammates to treat people with disrespect, or if you do, or if they do, what do you think is going to happen? This is serious stuff. When I created this company, I wanted people to work here that cared. From the minute you walk in the room. Alan took something from me that I wanted to say, so I'm gonna piggyback off of it. Because I think it's important. I'm the CEO of Safe, but you're the CEO of your jobs. You are the CEO of every position you have. What does that mean? You should all have a clear direction in how you want your job's direction to go for a healthy day for you and the patient. It requires ambition, optimism, and a belief in what you do each day. But it involves compassion. A patient walked in yesterday. Older patient. Shaking. Because he didn't get his meds. Because the pharmacy didn't get changed in his chart. This man drove all the way to our location in DeLand because he couldn't get us on the phone. It was a 45-minute fix. And you know what the pushback? Well, they didn't really call. He didn't really call here. He didn't call the office. That's not what happened. But why does it matter? This elderly man just wants his medication from his visit. The pharmacy changed. So we find everything under the sun to complain about versus just changing the pharmacy and sending his meds. Compassion. Does it really matter? It hurts me when I hear of these stories. It hurts me when I see everything we work on get decided because of your feelings for the day. Do your feelings matter? They do. But the patient is what's important. You know, a lot of you may not have sat in the office when a provider sees clients, but I tell you what, it is not cute. When that patient is crying, when that baby, they're holding it virtual, or their baby's in the office screaming, and the child has issues, and mom and dad, I say this, some of y'all are patients and your kids are. How would you feel if we treated you the exact same way that we treat our patients? You have access to care. You have access to mental health care quicker than anybody else. So when I created this company, I built it on compassion. My support to all of you is I promise that as long as you support SAFE, we will support you. What does support mean? It means that we show up for you, then you show up for us. You show up for the patients. Are you someone that we can count on? Are you someone the patients can count on to help solve solutions and problems? If not, why not start now? Forget about yesterday. It happened. I didn't name names, but if you step up and you want to put yourself to the forefront, that's on you. I didn't name names. I'm just asking for change. Make it a point to listen to what the patients have to say, because sometimes all they need is a listening ear to make them feel better. Intake knows that very well. We learned a lot today around SAFE's positive change. The most important question is that we have to ask ourselves is, why are we here? Why do you come every day? And don't tell me it's because of the paycheck. It's because you can get that anyway. But if we notice that's why you're here, our mission and our values back there, they're going to change who we keep in the room. Do you want to help us help patients? Exercise patience and understanding. Key note, that's a verb. Exercise, it's a verb, which means you show action. Patient walks in the office. Nobody gets up. Sits in the lobby for 45 minutes as a new patient. Provider's busy doing notes. Everybody says, that's not my job. Provider has to see the patient on their lunch break now and doesn't get to eat because that wasn't my job. Or I didn't know they were here. Again, it's a liability. Because we're too focused on everything else. But we're not focused on the job. We're focused on who's calling us for the day, that TikTok that's about to come up, that Instagram. That doesn't count when you walk in these doors. What counts is being aware of what's about to happen today. Because we can really have a real situation. I remember we had a patient, we did an intake. We thought we did wrong, we didn't. We had a perfect day. Patient didn't show up, we're like, what happened with this patient? What happened? Guess what he did? Killed his family. And he killed himself. He tried to kill the wife. But he killed his family and he killed himself. He killed his children. You understand me? He killed his children. Go back to the intake. The intake that was done right. But it did say he was not suicidal at the moment. But my point is, imagine. He was 48 hours away from help, guys. 48 hours, possible help. Are you thankful? Think about that. Take a minute and write down. Are you thankful and do you appreciate life? Are you thankful and do you appreciate life? I know I do. I fear every day I drop my kids off at school. I didn't for a little bit because I said, oh, that's only public school that those things happen. So not too long ago, a Christian school of 200 kids. And I dropped my kids off that morning, and I thought about them, and then I saw the news. It's real, but none of us feel it unless it happens to us, right? I feel the same way about all y'all in this room. You don't know it from a CEO. I fear that one day our lack of compassion is going to cause me to hear that Saafe is on the news because we don't act like we care. These are real. When you guys treat patients with no compassion, I think about how much we would lose if someone came in this company and caused harm. It's not a joke, guys. You have to care about these patients. We will lose our providers if you don't care. What's the point? Ask yourself when the provider is trying to get a hold of you and they can't or we're around. What's the point of them coming if they're not going to get your support? You don't get the hard work. You don't get to decide what drug the patient takes that possibly might change their life. Expressions of appreciation are essential to a productive day at work with coworkers and for success. When we are more concerned with what is not happening, we are not paying attention to what is happening. Meaning, are we holding ourselves accountable to what mistakes we ourselves are making and how we can change to show our appreciation for the job? Be observant. Notice possible positive traits that your coworkers display. Watch for the things they do to keep the company running smooth. Let your words be gracious. My biggest vision for this company is that whether I'm here today or I'm gone, I tell Alan all the time, make sure they're taken care of. If I die tomorrow, y'all are good. Make sure they're taken care of. That's my thing, so that they can take care of the patients. You guys don't have to carry that burden of 75 people. You only have to carry that burden for yourself and your family. But when you walk in the Saafe doors, I need you to carry that burden for all 5,000 patients that we take care of. All 5,000 patients in that system bank that are active. You need to think. You have a bad day? Guess what? Somebody else is having a bad day. You don't get to put that on the patient. You don't get to put it on anybody. If it's that bad of a day, don't show up. Just don't. Because you ain't showing up. It's Mental Health Awareness Month. People are expecting us to understand that. This will be the worst month that for me to see the worst reviews. They call us for help. They don't call us to have fun. Half the time, they don't want to call us at all because they don't want that diagnosis to follow them for the rest of their life. The number one thing I cannot fix, and I'm asking for your help, is when patients call our offices, they say, I can't get a hold of anybody. Don't tell me your guys are too busy. I see it. You could take a call. I have where people are talking to each other, ignoring the patient in front of them or the call, because they're too busy having a conversation. I'm not saying don't have fun at work. All I'm saying is work. My vision is for SAFE to continue for years to come, to build a program that allows people to know they can get help. We are in the middle of working with the Foundation for Mental Health. I was the first donation for this foundation. Matt Booth, this is a kid that killed himself by jumping off the bridge onto the 95 highway, I-95. He needed help. He didn't want it. There's a lot of people out here, statistically, let's talk about it, especially minorities. So when they call, they're expecting empathy and compassion, because they just made the hardest call of their life to get the help they need. So with that, I'm asking you, I'm begging you to please have compassion for the patients. And everybody doesn't have it. That doesn't mean you don't know how. And if you're a parent in the room, I would expect no less. And if you are married in the room, I expect no less. And if you have family or somebody in the room that loves you, I expect no less. So, let's see who knows. What quote did I start off with? Morgan.
Ability without humility is a liability.
And why is that important, Morgan?
Because no matter how good we are at our job, we have to always because no matter how good we are at our jobs, we have to always be compassionate, and we have to remain humble, and we have to try and put ourselves in the position of the patients, or look at the patients as if they were one of your family members.
What makes any one of you a CEO? Lucy? When we take care of our own. Oh, God. Do our own job. We're a CEO of ourselves. Just make sure our work is done. So the patients take care. I'm gonna tell you guys, we almost lost it. We almost lost this company when Cubano left. Bad year. I was pregnant and I didn't know what I was gonna do. We're far from that right now. But if we keep going in the direction that people don't care, we could lose it. The reason why I say that, not because of financial issue, because you heard Alan already, he spend your money like he's speaking this money like he spend his money, right? He makes sure everybody gets paid, which he does. He does a good job. But because of a liability. That's my point. Do you guys know that providers can get sued at any time? The worst thing for a provider is have their name in that bucket. Or to have patient, every provider, I don't think there's any provider in this room that they get a negative review, they call me, oh my God, how do we get that up? I don't like that review. That is not true. And they're frustrated because they care. So, I'm saying to you, let's not become a liability. All right, so, somebody tell me why they're thankful for life. Just thankful, or for being here. Anybody? Any takers?
For being here, for being here.
Anyone, go for it.
Ooh, I get to experience. And not suffer. That's what I'm thankful for. Yeah. I'm thankful that I get to live life and I don't have to suffer.
Like our patients,
Like
right?
our patients. Yep.
You guys agree with that? Someone tell me why they feel it's important for us to help our patients. Jackie?
Because it's very stressful. Sorry. It's very stressful times and people are dealing with a lot. Not just our patients, but us ourselves. So we have to be there for people because they're the reason that we're here. I care about my family and I want to make sure that they're taken care of. So I know that the compassion that I have for people, I want them to be taken care of as well.
You know, Alan said it earlier, well, and Jackie, to piggyback, COVID affected a lot of people. Some of us in this room, COVID affected us in a way that changed our life forever. We lost people. No one saw COVID coming. Everybody in this room is dealing with something, right? All of you guys are. We don't know. And if you aren't dealing with it today, trust me, it's coming. Someone tell me what their takeaway is from today. All in all. Good morning.
Well, first I want to say thank you guys for doing this. It's always good to have a reset and a reminder of why we do the things we do and the importance of doing what it is that we do. It's very easy to get caught up in the day-to-day life of, I'm already behind, I have so many patients, let me see this patient. You see the patient, get them in, you're trying to get them out as fast as you can. Sometimes you have patients who, they want to sit, they want to talk. It's very easy to have in your mind, okay, I don't have time for this week to do all this talking today. I gotta get her out of here because I'm behind, you know? We've only got 15 minutes, she's already taking 25, I gotta wrap it up. It's good to be brought back and centered and to be reminded of how important that 25, 30-minute conversation is to the patient, how much of a difference that 25, 30-minute conversation can be and how much of a difference it can make in their life. When they leave there, you never know what they could have had intention to do. You never know what could have been on their itinerary based off of how they're feeling. After that 25, 30-minute conversation, you give them encouragement. Some of my patients, you pray with them. It changes things. It makes a difference for them. They leave and now they have a little bit of hope again. So it's good to have workshops and things like this as a team because I think it promotes team building and it brings all of us back. I've always considered myself a very compassionate person, but even sitting here and listening, it's like you're thinking about all the different situations where it's like, hey, I really did rush Ms. Williams. Maybe she, maybe this was the time where she really, really needed to have that conversation. So I think it's good. It's a good way to humble yourself again and to just always remember why we're doing what we're doing and to always do the best we can to lead with love.
One of the things that I'm reminded of is, especially with my work in trauma, is that people are gonna, when they come at me with aggression and anger and irritability and patience, it's because they never probably experienced healthy love, right? And so they're treating me the way that they were taught. And I might not be someone that's gonna change their life, but I can plant a seed. and I can show them and teach them that this is how you're supposed to be treated, this is what you deserve, right, for that one moment, even if it's like, I hope you have a good day, right? They walk away and they're like, no one's ever said that to me before, right? Is that how people are supposed to treat me? And I think that's just so important. We get to teach people and show them an example of what healthy love looks like. And that's what I'm reminded of.
Any of my other providers have something?
Most of the time they come to us. Most of the time they come with negative attitude or negative thinking. If we give them right information or redirect their mind, and it helps them to keep their physical and mental resilience high. I didn't do for this.
Well, I want just to share thank you. A thought. Okay, thank you. In our department, we used to talk to patients who needs therapy and they are sometimes desperate. And usually some of them are upset or, like I said, desperate, and they talk to us like if we are therapists. They spend 15, 20 minutes talking to us, explaining their situation and why they need therapy. And we heard, we just stay and heard what they said, and we try to give them the hope that we will help them as soon as we got something. And most of the patients hang the phone grateful. They said, okay, I'll be waiting for you. I will wait for your call. I hope you get something fast or quick. And we, Diana and I now, we feel good. Sometimes we laugh because we said they think that we are therapists and we cannot say nothing to them, just here. And we feel good to give them hope, just maybe for 1 or 2 weeks. But yes, this is my. Thank you.
I was gonna say one thing I took away was I've been the longest running employee. That's what I said. But is that the reason why this company was started? It had a mission at the beginning. It had a purpose at the beginning, and whether that be faculty change or personality changes, sometimes that mission can get lost. And after today, it kind of brings back that we are the reasons why we have to keep it alive. We have to keep it alive for the patients and for ourselves, because the patients rely on us, whether it just be a 5-minute phone call of, are you connected? Because that goes a long way. That's how they get their medication, or that's how they get to talk to whoever they need to talk to get through a day. Where that day can change their life forever, whether it be 5 minutes or 25 minutes. And so we're the reasons why we push that purpose alive, that mission alive. And also is, I can go home and say I have someone that loves me, that's looking out for me. They don't have that all the time. And so we have to be those people that love them by showing them that compassion and that giving.
I love that. Are you connected? We're almost there. We're gonna finish up.
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback off of your comment, because within the intake department, and I've heard patients call us back, and I haven't been the one that's necessarily done the intake, but some in our department have, and they'll call back and they'll make a comment. They listened to me really nicely, and I felt so good after I got off the phone. So yeah, we just have to be a little bit more patient with them, and especially when they call in and they're mean and they're upset and they yell at me and I want to yell back at them. So, you know, you just have to take a little breather, you know, realize that, you know, they got issues and we just really want to try to help them. So patients do recognize the tone of your voice too. That's very important. You gotta make sure that tone is where it needs to be.
Sorry about that, but I think Bonnie said it well. People call us because, I don't like to use the word, not Bonnie, issues, but they need help. They're not. Morgan corrected me the other day. I felt so bad. It was a patient in the office, and I said something. She's like, Deidre, you could be a little bit more politically correct. And I realized at that moment she was right. And so I went to Alicia. I was like, what word did I use? I said this, and Alicia told me. And I realized, here I am, the CEO of the company, and I said something about the wrong way, right? I needed to be corrected. It was okay. When she said it, I was like, oh my gosh, Marga's right. That was embarrassing. But my point is that we're all gonna need correction. We all need each other. We all gotta fall on each other. And that's okay. It's okay if we do something wrong, we identify it's wrong and we fix it. That's the thing. Because patients call us for the help that they need.
Can I say something, Dave? Say that?
Yes.
So it's like, it's like someone being blind and us getting upset because they keep bumping into the furniture. Right, like going back to expectations, we're expecting them to be already healthy, to already have the communication skills, to already be stable, but they're coming to us because they're not. They don't have communication. They're not stable, their emotions are all over the place. So why would I expect stability and rational thinking from someone who's coming for that to be fixed? Right? Don't get mad at the blind person for bumping into the furniture. Just say, oh, you okay? I'm gonna move that for you. If they're late, they bumped into the furniture. Oh, I'm gonna remind you next time, sir. It's okay. Because you don't remember because you're anxious, you're suicidal, you're psychotic, right?
You keep going.
No,
No,
you guys can go to church. I'm good.
So, I think we get the point. So, everybody in the room that feels they're committed, so we can end the day on being compassionate, coming to work dedicated, being a CEO, knowing they're here to do a job with their coworkers and care. Raise your hand. Hi. Hey. Oh, I thought you said hi. If you just raised your hand. Good job. If you just raised your hand, I'm counting on you. If you just raised your hand, you get paid tomorrow. Today? But if you just raised your hand, I'm expecting you to walk away from here right now with compassion and to give it to the patient. And I will support you, and SAFE will be there for you. But if you cannot keep your commitment with what you just gave us today, SAFE is not the place for you to be. Because we are moving things. We are going to be driving things. We have physicians in school to get their higher education so they can be better to treat the patients that we need treated. We got a new provider about to start. We got a 10-year anniversary coming up. We got an 8, 9, 10-year anniversary coming up. Maybe close. We got people in the room that I called to come work for me because I needed help. So if you just raise your hand when we walk out today and I drop this mic, I'm about to drop it in 5 seconds. I am counting on you. Are we all on the same page?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Abby said he's going to sing a song now.
Okay.
Oh, guys, one more thing I forgot to tell you. Don't forget Fridays is that telehealth. I think we showed, I don't know if the provider saw, Our telehealth is changing, okay? We are going away from